Results?
No, I don't have.
Should I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it how it looks though.
For real? Okay.
Yeah.
It looks a bit like you're unfinished, but it's.
No, it's good.
I sent the candidates back to their rooms because I didn't want them to be, having to ignore the LCPs for such a long time. And I'm thinking when I should get them back because we're not gonna start at 9. I think.
No, we will start.
Okay, so should I go get them?
Yeah,
Okay.
you should get them.
I can hear all of your conversations. I will give it to you later.
And guess.
If it's blinking like this, it's in you. Yeah, it's. You could still hear me, right? Or no?
This is old. We can still hear.
I think it's the other mic.
We'll just keep it on the whole time, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
And if I will just turn it on, it will start to work?
Yeah.
One, two, three.
I don't know. Can we hear in the video?
Hi. Amazing.
Now we have to check something.
I'm going there and try to talk, okay? One, two, three, four, five, six. Sai, is it working?
Am I good? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Can you hear me? Okay.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
When you finish practicing,
They will not do this, but if they do this,
Mike will be
you can do
Clara
this.
because she will give it to the candidates when they get
No, don't say
Okay,
something.
perfect.
Do this,
Yes.
yes.
One,
And then,
two,
Clara, if you see,
4, 5, 7, 8, 9,
Mike doing this, so time
12,
finish, but candidate didn't
14,
notice and still
15,
continue, you can
16,
say yes, at the
17,
neutral
18,
person.
19, 20, 21, 22,
Okay.
23,
I think in such a case, can you tell the candidates, please, that if this is the case, I will just get up and clap because I think it's the nicest way of interrupting someone.
3, 4,
So they just so
5,
they
6,
okay.
7, 8,
You don't want to be
9,
like, hey, your
10,
time.
11,
But so
14, 15,
if they don't stop,
16,
I will give
17,
them another 10
18,
seconds and then
19,
we pick it up.
20.
Okay, should we tell this to them now? I don't want to. I'm so very excited to talk with them right now.
It's good. Is it right?
Leah,
Like this, if it's
Leah, can you tell candidates that if time is up and you didn't realize, then
But
Clara
don't do
will
anything.
stand up and
Don't
start.
touch And this is also you checked already that the sound
will be
is
visible here, right?
Okay, you can tape this to your phone.
You will make the time to be visible. On your
How the hell I'm supposed to put it on my phone? This.
Yes, I will.
Or we might take the time.
I think
Or Mike could take the
Mike,
time.
take the time.
I am for.
Okay, I can start. Can you give me?
Which? How is
Okay.
And I also, you know that, did they put it in the left, right? Okay, perfect.
Die haben das mal im Mikrofon schon
Claudia's
getestet.
time is 9. I have to start.
You all need to start?
Yes.
Okay, should this also be for her, like around?
Lass einfach das
Can
Recording da.
you cut the music? There is music background.
Yeah, I will. Wait.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so welcome everyone for the MCP 25-26 elections of AIESEC in Germany. Today is the most important day of the year. Today that we will elect the next leader of AIESEC in Germany for the next year. During the day, you will go through the many speeches and you will see the two different visions for the future of the entity. And when we look at the past, we also saw the many different visions over the years that they came to in front of the network and tell that what they dream for the entity. Some of them dream that, okay, I want to see this year we are growing in IGV. I want to see that we are growing in exchange. Some of them had the different challenges they deal with the COVID times. Some of them was the generation after COVID, really trying to make sure that entity not suffer, but we are getting back on track. And today, we will really try to understand who will be the right person for the next year. Because every year has different needs. In this time, it is important to understand really what AIESEC in Germany needed in the next year and which vision can fulfill this need. Today, we will decide on this. And this is not something that we will decide according to our personal preferences, but we have to really put the organization first, really care about AIESEC in Germany so much, and really think about not only you, but also the generations after you will really shape by this vision. That's why really put the organization first and really in every minute, every second, think about it. And during the day, I will not be the one that's guiding the whole journey. One person here that will help us, this is our beautiful chair, Leo.
Can you put here or here? Let me just take my hair.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. I hope you are very, very excited for the day we have ahead of us. A little bit nervous, but overall happy about what's going to be happening here today. My name is Leo, as Kezban introduced me. Currently, a very fresh alumni of AIESEC, and until the last month, the previous president of AIESEC International for 2024. Very happy to be here with you today because today is an extremely important day for AIESEC in Germany. Today is a celebration of leadership where we elect the highest leadership example of AIESEC in Germany. The day where we celebrate the AIESEC we want to see. The day where we celebrate the future of AIESEC in Germany. What's the type of vision, of direction? What are the needs for AIESEC in Germany to continue making the biggest impact it can possibly do inside the German society and towards the entire world and the youth that we serve. So today is not a day only for us to be stressed and worried and focused. Yes, all of these things are part of the process, but it's especially a day for us to celebrate, especially a day for us to feel proud of everything we did to be here today, and especially proud of the two beautiful people that are sitting here in the front and are showcasing through their courage and their braveness what the leaders of AIESEC in Germany really are. So, being an MCP, I had this huge privilege of being an MCP myself. Some years ago, I think I was elected to be MCP 5 years ago now, which is weird, or 4 years ago to think about. But I was MCP 21-22 of AIESEC in Portugal. And what I can tell you about this role is that first and foremost, it is the most special role anyone can hold in AIESEC. And I've been in AIESEC for 8 years and a lot of different positions. And I can tell you that the feeling of giving your all and giving your everything every single day for the entity that you love, for the people that you care about, and for the country that you are representing is the proudest feeling you can possibly have in this organization. At the same time, being MCP is the biggest challenge you can go through in this organization as well. You know that not every day is going to be easy. Probably very, very, very few days, you could count them in one hand, the days that are actually going to feel smooth. But nonetheless, you will feel challenged, you will feel like you're growing, and you will feel like you're giving your all to grow something that you care about. And that's exactly the biggest privilege you can have. To have the opportunity of, at such a young age, in your 20s, being able to care about something so much that you're willing to dedicate 1 year of your life to it. At the same time, being an MCP is a huge responsibility. It's not just about yourself. Actually, from the moment you become an MCP, everything stops being about yourself. Everything starts to be about how you choose to serve others, whether those be your commission, whether those be your plenary, whether those be the entire youth that you are serving in that present moment. The responsibility to choose to act according to the AIESEC way every single day, to choose to act towards our why, our who, our how, and our what, and represent that in your daily actions inside and outside of AIESEC. To choose to focus on what is needed over what is wanted, and to have the intelligence to distinguish in any given moment between what the organization really needs versus what I would like to do. To choose to focus on what is right over what is easy, no matter how much sacrifice it implies and how much challenge that will mean. To choose challenge over conformity in every moment and to never give up. And last but not least, in a world where we are faced with choices every single day, the most important one be to choose to lead and to represent what the word leadership means in the highest possible form of example. So today we are here to celebrate those who chose Germany. And at the end of the day, really believe that this entity and this country deserves as much effort as it can possibly have for the people that it has and for the people that it can have and for what it represents and what it can still represent in the future. So today we are here to elect the leader of leaders, who will be leading every single one of you in this room and the entire plenary of AIESEC in Germany to be the biggest representation of leadership of AIESEC in Germany. When people think of AIESEC in Germany in 25-26, they will think of this person. Today we are also here to elect the captain of AIESEC in Germany, the person who will need to steer the ship, who will need to go through all of those challenging waters, make decisions on the go, and be always thinking about what's best in the current context. And last but not least, today we are here to elect the guardian of your essence, the guardian of our essence as AIESEC, and how is this represented in Germany. Today we are here to elect the person who will make sure that our why is never compromised and that the AIESEC way is the thing that guides the most your entire plenary for the next year. And currently, I think this is not news for anyone, and I don't need to explain to you that much why we currently live on the world that is defying our cause. I see it in my own country, I see it in Germany as well, being very honest, and I see it a little bit all around the world, where the things that we preach, the cross-cultural understanding we try to promote through our exchanges, the tolerance, the open-mindedness, this huge wish for people to start understanding each other and trying to collaborate with each other rather than trying to find problems in their differences is constantly being challenged. And that's not necessarily what we see world leaders promoting at the current moment. But if there's one thing that is always important for us to keep in mind is that when the world is questioning our why, when the world is questioning this need for cross-cultural understanding or this need for peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential, then we need to remember that the answer will always be in our what. That the mission of AIESEC is an infinite mission. It's not the organization that will solve all the problems in the world in just one day, but the organization that through our exchange experiences and the people who deliver them enables youth to become the value-driven leaders that will effectively change the world. Now more than ever, the world needs leaders. We are being put in a context that is every day more similar to the own context that created AIESEC in the first place and that made us be in this room today. Today, Germany needs leaders. Germany needs the people who are brave enough to challenge the context and to try to be better. So, without further ado, let's meet the brave people who are willing to be them. So I want you to give the biggest round of applause possible to your MCP candidates, Jana and Simon. I hope you keep this energy throughout the entire day because these beautiful faces deserve it. And now for us to continue with some other procedures, I will pass it to our Lego team to take over. So welcome, Clara.
Okay, also a warm welcome from my side, everyone. Maybe actually you should still know me, most of you at least. It's not been that long that I was at AIESEC. But yeah, of course, we want to welcome you, and I am not alone here as your legislation chair today. I have a team. Sadly, one of our team members is not able to be here, but Katie is also here today, and we will be guiding you through this legal process, as this is also something that needs to be official, especially for the MCP election, and that's why we welcome you. Guys, I've always wanted to do this. This is so awesome, to be honest. Only for the bell I would do the job. So we have some opening procedures that we need to go through, and for that I will pass it to Kesban. Can you take this one?
Yes.
This one you don't need.
Okay. Yes. So now we officially open the General Assembly, and I open the top one. Eröffnung der 148. OMVU. Durch die Vorsitzende des Vorstands hiermit eröffne ich die 148. OMVU. Yes. With that, we close the top one and we go to top two. Überprüfung der Ordnung gemäßen Einberufung der 148. OMVU. And with that being said, you can also see we had the overall General Assembly announcement exactly on time. And now we close the top two and we continue with the top three. Übergabe der Sitzungsleitung an die Tagungsleiterin und ihre Stellvertreterinnen. And with that, I am giving back to Clara.
Thank you. Clara, Tagungsleitung. Then I want to go a little bit through the behaviors for today. I think most of you already know the drill. I think it's really important that, especially today, but in general, for the General Assembly, for the whole procedures, always have a positive intent in whatever you're asking, in however you are phrasing things. Do not blame people or whatever, but have a positive intent in mind. Then also, be fast and efficient. Don't slow the process. This is especially for when we are doing a roll call. Pay attention when it is your time to come up so that we can be very efficient, because I will show you our agenda and it's very long. So let's make sure that we get through it smoothly. Then go with the flow and be patient. Maybe sometimes there will be some, I don't know, upcoming things that we need to deal with in a moment. In this time, don't panic, just stay calm, go with the flow. If we, I don't know, have to change something in the agenda, or start with something a bit later, then just go with it. And put the organization first. I think this is very, very crucial, because you are the people in this room. You have the people with the power to actually also change something here in AIESEC in Germany. Obviously, everybody in AIESEC in Germany has this power, but you also have the legal power to it. And this is something that you really need to keep in mind, that you put the organization first, that you do reflect beyond your own LC reality, what is best for AIESEC in Germany overall. Lastly, for today, we have a special behavior to not talk with the MCP candidates. Obviously, you can smile at them and give them some courage through your facial expressions, but do not speak with them throughout the day. There will be spaces where you can ask questions in the cluster rounds as well as in the process. Then just wait when it's your time to speak. Otherwise, do not speak with the MCP candidates. And something that you already noticed, I did right in the beginning, we are recording this whole procedure. This is also what we need to do. So please make sure that whenever it is your time to speak, you have the mic and you say your name and your LC or Vorstand or MC in the beginning, so that later on when we are doing the protocol, we can also see who was actually speaking and have everything settled as it should be. Are there any questions to this? Okay, there are some more specific legislation rules. I will not go into detail with them today because we don't really need them today, but for tomorrow, especially LCP elects, you will see that legislations are always quite a structured process, but you will see more of that tomorrow. Then, as promised, our agenda for today. So we have already gone through top 1, 2, and 3. Next up, we will go to top 4, which is checking that we have actually enough ordinary members present so that we can also officially do this legislation. And then mostly you can see we have a really big block of MCP election process today. This will be the main focus for today. Then tomorrow, day 2, as you can see, we have a lot of agenda points to cover. But yeah, this is for tomorrow. So today, let's make sure we focus on the MCP process and making the right and best decision for AIESEC in Germany. Okay, then let's dive right into, hereby I close top 3 and I open top 4. Überprüfung der Anwesenheit der Mitglieder, der Stimmberechtigung und der Beschlussfähigkeit gemäß Artikel 22 der Satzung. So now we are checking the attendance. This is the roll call. It is alphabetic, so you can mentally prepare for when it's your turn. We are starting with Aachen.
Okay, then we will bring it to you. So you don't
No, let them come in front.
Really?
Yeah, yes. So we have these voting ballots for you, LCP currents. You know about this. Anybody does not know what the voting ballot is for? I mean, if you got a vote delegated, I hope that the people did explain to you what you're supposed to do today. Okay, so this is basically your voting ballot. Today you will maybe not use it as much, but you need to keep this with you at all times. You only get this when you have the voting right. And yeah, don't give this to anyone else because this is bound to your person. When you later on leave the room, also always bring them back, but I will give you a reminder. So now we can start and we will go alphabetically. You can also mentally already line up. And we are starting with Aachen.
Aachen, Victoria.
Ja. Aachen, anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Berlin HU. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Berlin TU.
It's in the internet.
Yes, you can say here or something that you're... Okay, perfect. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Bielefeld. Abwesend. Bonn. Abwesend. Braunschweig. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Bremen. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Dresden. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht.
You have to come and pick up this?
Yes.
No, wait, no. It's not so right?
For the... No, you can give it to him. So this is one rule that I'm not sure if you know it. You should know it, but if you don't, then I tell you now. For elections, you do not, like your external voting delegation does not count. So this is relevant for today because we are having an election. For all the other processes, your if you have an external voting delegation, it does count. Then Düsseldorf. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Frankfurt. Okay, please say something.
Yes.
Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Göttingen. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Halle. That's you, Arthur.
Okay.
Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Hamburg. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Hannover.
Yes.
Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Kaiserslautern. Abwesend. Karlsruhe. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Köln. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Leipzig. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Lüneburg. Also anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Sorry, Leipzig, I made a mistake. Leipzig, recall. Leipzig, anwesend ohne Stimmrecht.
So means he has to give it to me back, right?
Yes, sorry.
You
Can you bring the voting ballot back from Leipzig?
one back, because they don't have a voting right.
Magdeburg. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Mainz-Wiesbaden. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Mannheim. Hold on, we need to check this.
Yeah, I just got it today. Mannheim.
Okay, yes. Mannheim. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Mannheim, genau. Dann München. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Münster.
Ja.
Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Nürnberg.
Is München me or him?
I don't know.
München ist Luke von Glasgow. It's you. Nürnberg. Abwesend. Paderborn. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Passau. Okay, abwesend. Regensburg. Abwesend. Stuttgart und Hohenheim. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCP Kesbantasch. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Menatula. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Minja. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Jana. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Simon. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Maike. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Diana. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Also present are Clara Schwirkmann, Tagungsleitung, that's me, anwesend ohne Stimmrecht. Also present Ketjona Topi, stellvertretende Tagungsleitung, anwesend ohne Stimmrecht. Furthermore, we have here guests candidate support, Aken Atabek Okyay, and candidate support, Lucia Cadenas. Okay, I will go one more time through the and sorry, oh my god, I have you already written here down here, but okay, also present, election chair Leo, anwesend ohne Stimmrecht, and I will go one more time through the LCs that are not present. And we're starting with Bielefeld. No. Bonn. Kaiserslautern. Nürnberg. Passau. And Regensburg. Okay. So with that, we have 29 ordinary members present with voting rights, and with that we have a quorum and we can make a decision today. Okay. Huh? Okay. Who just arrived? I see this here. Okay, we will make a note on this. Kannst du es kurz aufschreiben? Ja, also. Okay. Okay, then we can close top 4 and we can go to top 5. I have it here actually. Yeah, okay, just a reminder, please stay inside the room. If you leave the room without anyone knowing, then you lose your voting rights. We have specific breaks. Also, if you need a break, please just raise your hand and we can probably figure it out. But this also means that you should plan your bio breaks by yourself, self-responsibly as you are, because there's an agenda, there are breaks, you know when the breaks are, so make sure that you also do not disturb the process that is planned so that we can ensure the best experience for our candidates today. Then I open top 5. Hiermit eröffne ich, no, it's fine. Genehmigung des Protokolls der letzten MV. And for that, we will open the protocol of the last General Assembly. Das hier. Ja, das ist das bei 76 schon? Nee. Yeah, that's about it. Okay. Yes, so here you can also see it again. This is the protocol of the last General Assembly, Protokoll der 76. außerordentlichen Mitgliederversammlung des Deutschen Komitees der AIESEC e.V., which took place in September. You all had a chance to read the protocol to make sure that everything is correct written in the protocol. Yeah, so then, having said that, we can go through the procedure of accepting this protocol. Yeah. So still the question, are there any Verständnisfragen, any understanding questions about this protocol? No. Then erhebt sich Gegenrede. So is there anybody who wants to speak against accepting this protocol of the 76. außerordentliche Mitgliederversammlung? If so, then you need to raise a ballot now. Perfect. Then with that, we have accepted this protocol per acclamation. Hiermit ist das Protokoll der 76. außerordentlichen Mitgliederversammlung des Deutschen Komitees der AIESEC e.V. per Akklamation angenommen. Alright, perfect. Hiermit schließe ich Top 5. Okay. I pass the mic.
Maike MC, GO-Antrag auf Vorziehung des Tagesordnungspunkts 8. Hereby I request that we move the agenda point 8, which is the election of the MCP, to the front so that we can fully focus on the whole procedure today and stay within the agenda and do all procedures necessary for legislation tomorrow during legislation day.
Okay. Klarer Tagungsleitung. Since this is in GO-Antrag, we will have to vote for this. A special note about GO-Anträge, there are no abstentions in GO-Anträge, so you cannot abstain from voting about this. Es gibt keine Enthaltungen bezüglich eines GO-Antrags. For accepting Maike's request of moving the top 8 up so that we can directly start with the MCP election, we will need a 50% majority and we will do voting. Okay, I have one quick question. Is there a numbering of clusters 1 to 5, or can we call them by names? I think it's okay if we call by names, right? Yes. Okay, can you write them? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then, now we have this voting procedure. So what will happen is that we go through it first, all of the votes against, and then we go all of the votes for this. So if you want to support Maike's Antrag of moving up the top, please vote for. I also highly suggest you to do so that we can really fully focus on today's MCP election. Okay, then we start with Stimmen dagegen. Who is against the GO-Antrag of Maike? Dragons. 0, Sunrise. 0, Noli. 0, Fruits. 0, Bavaria. 0. Okay, who is... Sorry, MC. Yes. 0. Who is for the moving the top dragons? 5. Sunrise.
Can you move the...
Please raise them really high. 1, 2, 3, 4. Noli. 1, 2, 3, 6. Fruits. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And Bavaria. 1. Please raise them really high so that we can see them. Thank you. 2. And MC. 3, 4. Yeah. Okay.
So, wir haben insgesamt 29 Stunden.
Yeah.
Warum haben wir 29 insgesamt? Warum?
Okay, this was a great practice run for voting because we have 28 ballots raised, but we need 29 because there are 29 people present with a voting right. So let's go through it again. Who is against dragons? 0. Sunrise, 0. Noli, 0. Fruits, 0. Bavaria, 0. MC, 0. Who is for the motion, for the GO-Antrag? Dragons, 5. Sunrise, 5. Noli, okay, 6. Fruits, yeah, something is off.
No, it's correct.
Okay. Well, I think in any case it is clear that there's a majority for the votes, so we will move up top 8 and directly dive into the MCP election. Okay, then we can hereby I open top 8, Wahl des Vorsitzenden des Vorstands 2526. And of course, we also need to check that the applications were handed in time. So the application deadline was the 23rd of December. And we can see here that Simon's application arrived in time, as well as Jana's application, which also arrived on time. So this means both candidates are viable for this election. And we can actually elect the next MCP of AIESEC in Germany. Yes, so that's why I would now like to ask the candidate supports to escort the MCP candidates out of this room. And Simon, your ballot. Thank you. Okay.
I need clicker. Okay, so yes, with that, we are right now together in the room. So we will talk about some special important things, okay? So in here, as you know, right now we are in the MCP election and we will choose the next leader of AIESEC in Germany, which is super excited. If you ask me how you feel, I feel excited, also nervous. I think it says normal emotions. Yes. So in here, I want to give you more clarity about what are the really specific expectations that I have towards us that we should all follow, make sure that we are showing the common behaviors throughout the day. So that's really, really, really important. And also we will go through the different speeches, what are the things that we should really take care, because we say, let's put the organization first. But if I ask you, Minya, if I ask you, Vicky, if I ask you, Christoph, maybe we will give the different answers. But in the end of the day, it should be clear what does it mean put the organization first for us. So yes, first of all, I want to start with the overall MCP, what MCP does. So this is something that I also clarify, especially for the BOP, in the BOP course as well. We have some really specific job description of the MCP. So we defined this job description, lead, under lead, manage, and represent. So I also printed for you the job description of the MCP. I also will give it to you in the classroom, so you can also see there. But in general, being MCP means that really someone responsible to have a clear vision, to have a clear strategy, to guide all the BOP and also the network towards one direction to achieve the one common purpose. So in the end of the day, this is for sure lead and manage. In the manage part, we also have the really different stakeholders that MCP is responsible to manage all of them. And also in the represent part, internal and external representation, the first responsible in the AIESEC in Germany, which is MCP. And for the lead part, I want to tell you there are some points that you can also check. In the lead part, which is also more about the vision, where this person see the AIESEC in Germany in the next year, you can see those things more about in the lead part, in the opening or closing speech, and also we have the interview outputs in there. There are also some parts regarding the team management aspects that you can also see there, but also in the cluster rounds, if you have any specific questions regarding the overall lead part, overall the vision of the person, please make sure that you also follow up on these points in the cluster rounds. All good? Amazing. So then manage. So manage part, more the strategic part. In here, you can check the strategic speech of the candidates. Today, we will have the strategic speech. In their 25 minutes, they will present their strategies. In there, you can also for sure take some notes. And in the end of the strategic speech, we will have the Q&A round. You can also ask there. But also, if you want to follow up on the specific things, you can also follow in the cluster rounds. For the manage part, as I told you, MCP also responsible to manage the different stakeholders. This also involved some external representation, which is also I recommend that you really check the interview output there. You can also see from the objective manner how was the candidate's assessment in the interviews. For the represent part, we have a surprise space. Yes. So candidates also doesn't know what will be happening in this space. So it will be surprise for everyone. Yes, so in the surprise space, you will understand more about the representation part, how you assess the candidates, and in the second part, in the interview output, we all set the global representation by one of the foreign MCP of Romania. In the external representation, we all set from the BOA member. You can also check these outputs, but also for sure in the lead manage represent, if you have any specific questions, make sure that you follow up on the cluster rounds. All clear? Okay. Yes, overall expectations, as Clara said, we cannot talk with the candidates until end of the announcement, yes, but we can smile them, and we can respect the candidate. So yes, just smile, be nice with your facial expression, and act with the positive intent. This is why I am saying this, because maybe imagine you had some personal things with one of the candidates, and you asked the questions in the super, I don't know, harsh way in the one of the Q&A round. That's not good. So really make sure that you also phrase the questions in a way that will be a bit professional and will really help not only you, but people around you to understand the candidate better. All good? Okay. And ask questions that help you to take a decision, exactly. And this is what I said, and be on time. That's super, super, super important, okay? Because what happens if you are not on time? So you can lose your voting right, that can happen. And another thing is, we cannot allow anyone to enter from the room in the middle of the speech. No one can enter the cluster round after cluster round start. This is clashing with the respect the candidate. If we respect the candidate, if we respect the day, most importantly, if we respect the AIESEC in Germany and future of the entity, we should also be on time. We are AIESEC in Germany, we are functional, so we on time. Cool. And take a decision that you think is the best for AIESEC in Germany. That's also important, but for sure, not only about, yeah, personally, I think that's best. But what are the points that I am really assessing with? Really also self-reflect, criticize also your tasks. Okay, what are the points that I consider? What is important for me to choose the next MCP? So this is really something that you should also self-reflect about. Be here, listen, pay attention, and value the candidates. In here, especially the pay attention part, I want to highlight, especially in the opening, it is more easier because this is beginning of the day. Strategy as well. But when we go to closing, this will be almost end of the day. So what will happen? You can also feel tired. Make sure that in the desk times, I don't know, you in the break, you go to bathroom and you take some, or you drink water, you really, or go to outside, a bit take the fresh air, you know. So in the end of the day, if you want to give the pay attention in the right way, we should make sure that we are also having this energy. So on, make sure that you also manage your energy accordingly. So is all expectations clear? Amazing. So, and in the last part, I want to also talk about the overall bias that we can have towards any applicant. Yes, so these are the things that actually not the facts, but are a bit personal thoughts that sometimes we are human beings can influence us. So that's why it is important to be self-reflective about. And in the end of the day, in AIESEC, we do not discriminate anyone according to their religions, according to their abilities, all of those things that you see there. We don't discriminate anyone, right? This is, as AIESEC, who we are. And we can also have some bias that I will present it to you. You can also ask this question to yourself. So do you have this kind of thoughts? How can you make sure that you don't have those things? You let them go. Then you start the opening speech with the clear mind. One thing can be mindful of the potential biases concerning the race, gender, language, nationality. Okay, this is the same currently for our applicants, but interpersonal relations, your own beliefs, or anything that you heard from anyone else. Maybe you didn't experience, but you heard about it, so which is not correct. If you have any concern about anything, phrase it as a question, okay? And ask to the candidate. Everyone can have mistakes, right? In the end of the day, it is important, as AIESEC, we learn from also these points. So if you have anything that regarding to those points, that you can also make the question around it and understand the correct task of the candidate in the Q&A round. All clear? Okay. And our organization is also based on the principle that there is no restriction on who can apply and be selected for a role as long as they meet the factual expectations of the position, which both applicants fully do. That's also correct. And be reflective about your biases, put things in context, challenge your preconceptions, and really understand who is really suitable for the role. And if you have also any question, ask them today, while being mindful about your own biases. So in the end of the day, really reflect. What are the things that you see as strength? What are the things that you see as weaknesses? Even when you reflect on yourself, you also have the strengths and weaknesses. Even when you reflect on your experience, you also had the mistakes and also the highlight moments in your experience. All of those things normal. So in the end of the day, you should make sure what are the maybe concerns that you have about the candidate, or maybe something that's not clear for you, even you go through all the steps, then phrase it as a question and bring them in a nice way. Nice, what is nice? Okay, it can also be different, but bring in the professional way that it is not attacking anyone, so on. And it is also important to be fair. No one, imagine you are MCP applicant here, and there are two applicants, and someone asking questions to you in the super negative way, and another candidate, same person asking in the super nice way. So it is also not fair, right? In the end of the day, how we are handling the class rounds, how we are asking the questions, how we approach both candidates should be as fair as possible. All clear? Okay, amazing. What we have more? Yes, we are here selecting the next member committee president of AIESEC in Germany. That's really proud to be moment for us. And one of the biggest decisions that you will take for AIESEC in Germany, I'm also part of it, we will take for AIESEC in Germany. Basically, this is really important that we should always remind ourselves, because this is also applied to your LCS. What you do in your term, not only affecting your term, but also the generations after you. The decision we will make today not only will affect you, your successor, if you're already a successor, you and your successor, but really minimum 5 years of AIESEC in Germany, you know? So this decision bigger than us. So this is something we can also remind ourselves. Cool. Yes, then what do we have? We have our agenda. Is everyone has access to our agenda? Amazing. Does anyone has no access? You can raise your hand. Okay. I will also share it. And you can see the room allocation here. I will not go one by one. I will also not go one by one regarding the, okay, how we should behave in the cluster and so on, because when we, after the strategy speech, we will also have the small time that we will align about the cluster rounds before going to lunch break. So that's why please make sure that you check the which room that you will be. Make sure that if it starts at, where is it? Surprise space, imagine. It starts at 5:45 with the recap external assessment. So we should be here at 5:45. Actually, no. At 5:45, we should start reading. So we should be here minimum 5:44. So, you know, we should be here beforehand. So all clear? Okay, minimum 1 minute. You can take 5 minutes. All good. Okay, yes. And for the cluster rounds, we also have beautiful rooms here. I hope all correct. Yes, Leah, right? Yes, Leah, amazing. So we have these rooms you can see, and our lovely OC, what they did, they printed dragons, for example. They also put the really cool pictures to the paper, and they also stick the door. So when you go to these rooms, you will also see which room that you will be. Cool? Okay, don't leave the room during the time of the cluster rounds. That's really important. Let me tell you, but I will tell you one more time later on. But I think it's okay to hear the important things also 2 times today. So in here, you see cluster rounds, right? Important thing is, during the cluster round, imagine I am LCP of, I am from Dragons, imagine. Okay, I start with Dragons here. And I will be in my room in yellow 2 at 2:30. And my cluster round will end at 3:30. But I should still stay in my cluster room until all cluster rounds over. Is this clear? So you can go to toilet, bathroom, all of those things. Oh, that's okay. Okay. But in general, 2:30 until 5:30, everyone in the cluster rooms. Is clear? Okay, thank you. Amazing. And yes, with that being said, I clarify everything. And if you have, we can have question here, right? Yes. Yes.
Can you go to the previous slide? There is a break between the first cluster round and the second cluster round. In this break, we are also supposed to stay in our cluster rooms.
No, you can go out in the break. Yes, thank you very much for this. If you see break, it is break. So you can go out in that time. But if break and it's say 4:30, so it ends as 4:29. Okay? Yes, amazing. Any other question? All clear? Are we ready to start today? Yes. Woof, that's so exciting. And with that being said, I am giving to our beautiful chair, Leo, to guide us through the opening speeches. What I should do, I should give
me
this.
this.
Yes.
Thank you, Kezban. Okay, so we reached the most awaited part. We can finally start with the actual MCP election, and the first stage of the process will be then the opening speeches, as you saw in the agenda and as you're probably used to already. Some important things to note for this part before we can actually start. First and foremost, what is the objective of an opening speech? What are you evaluating as an LCP right now? You or an MC member as well. This space is meant for you to get to know the candidate and get to know their vision. What do they want to be and to do for AIESEC in Germany in 25-26? One very important thing to note is that after these speeches, you cannot ask questions, okay? There will be specific stages of the process where you can ask questions afterwards. This is not one of them. So the candidate finishes, they leave, okay? Now, let's align a little bit more on how we will behave during this stage, because especially the first time they come, they need a lot of energy, okay? So how this will go. First thing, just reinforcing something Kezban already said, we need to keep somewhat close how our facial expressions will be. So what I mean by this is smile as much as possible. I know when we are paying attention to something, it's not always easy to smile, but try to remind yourself from time to time, and like Mikey is doing right now, you see, just keeping me empowered, because in the end, we are having people here who are going to be very nervous, but are giving all they have for you. So you should be in your best version so they can be on their best version as well. And at the same time, avoid very specific facial expressions. So imagine there's something that you're a bit confused about. You didn't understand what the candidate is saying. Don't do like, you know, because that's going to throw them out a little bit. Keep that inside of your head to ask later in the next rounds. And right now for how we will be doing this. So a song will start playing and you're going to be doing tum tum pa, okay? I will go over there to the door. I will open the door and the candidate enters. When the candidate enters, everyone gets up. You get very, very loud and you start chanting MCP, MCP, okay? And keep them excited until they are here. They have the microphone on that Clara will put on them and they are ready to start, okay? So you chant until you see that they are about to start. Cool? Perfect. Another important note, just for you to be aware, the candidates already know Mikey will be keeping time, so the candidates have a maximum of 15 minutes each for this stage of the process. Clear? Any questions? All good? Perfect. So we are going to start with the opening speeches, but actually, I'm going to make a little bit of a decision here today as well. I have a feeling that 2 candidates is not enough. Honestly, I feel like you need a little bit more to make a full decision. So I have a question. Is there anyone that wants to decide right now to apply for MCP? And if so, you can stand up. I can. Wow, Mena! We are so proud of you. Such a spontaneous decision. So, Mena, dear, you can go outside so we can welcome Mena properly, okay? So we will do the entire drill, tum tum pa, and then we chant MCP, okay? Is everyone ready? Let's give our best right now for Mena.
Let's go.
Okay.
Good. Ah, okay.
How are you feeling?
Put the music down.
How are you really feeling?
Yeah, as you saw, it was really a spontaneous decision. But yeah, I couldn't help it. Seeing this title here, saying how Kisben mentioned that you lead, manage, and represent AIESEC in Germany, it was very tempting. I could just not say no. So once I saw the opportunity, I just had to seize it. So yes, let me tell you more about myself. No? No?
Wait, I need to switch to Canva.
True. Until they get to my slides, because you know it's spontaneous, we need time to prepare it. So until to get to my slides, let me tell you more about myself. First of all, my name is Minnatullah, but I will act as if not half of this room is already from Tunisia or Egypt, so we can keep it simple. It's just Minna for now. My name is Minna, as you can see on the slide that we're about to open. And I'm originally from Egypt, and I'm 22 years old. I originally studied computer engineering. I hate it, but it was the reason why I joined AIESEC, and for this only reason I'm grateful for computer engineering. Okay, challenges, that's good. That's what MCP does all the term, so we're good. Yes, so basically, hi, I'm your MCP applicant. My name is Minna, I'm 22 years old. I'm coming from Egypt, studying computer engineering, and my AIESEC journey started in February 2021. More about me, I'm here to talk about me. So, I joined in February. I joined originally as a business to customer manager, aka marketing, in AIESEC in Helwan in Egypt. Took some roles for me to reach here, but eventually ended up to be I'm MCVP OJX of AIESEC in Germany, which is a title I'm very proud of, and I'm even more proud of the O entity I can get to be a part of the team that's leading it. So, Moving on, I'm proudly to be your MCP applicant. And I know when I say I'm from Egypt, people are like, pyramids, you know the pyramids. So yes, you can have in mind the pyramids. You can have in mind where it all begins because of our rich history. And yes, we do have the pyramids. We also do have the Nile River. We have the Mediterranean Sea. We have the Red Sea. We have diverse nature in Egypt. And also we have the Sphinx, a very cool, statue. And moreover, we have a very long ass visa process. It took me some time to come here, but yeah, the visa application took almost the same time it took them to build the pyramids. I can vouch for that myself. So yeah, but eventually I'm here, I made it here, that's all what matters, and proudly applying for MCP. So it took me 6 months, and no, it did not take me 6 months to apply for MCP, it took 6 months to get my own visa. This is how long it took me, but you know, challenges, that's fine, that's why we're in AIESEC, I accepted, I took the challenge, and I'm up for it. So that's why I want to tell you how resilient I am, because imagine, if for 6 months I handled German bureaucracy, and paperwork, and lines, an embassy in Cairo, in Egypt, and oh my god. Oh my god about the lines in the governmental offices in Egypt. You don't even sit anywhere, you just stand there. And by the time you reach the window where you want to request something, it's off, like people leave. And somehow people are always having breakfast, and it's 1 p.m. Like, when did you come here? So yeah, whatever, and it showed how resilient I am. This process was just very challenging. It also showed how perseverant I was and how patient I was and how much I believed I should reach AIESEC in Germany. I'm not quitting, I should reach AIESEC in Germany, and after 6 months, I did it. But actually, when I did it, and I was finally there, and I arrived in the last NATCO, it was the first day or second day of the conference, I thought that I have tested my tolerance, like this was the maximum I could reach. I thought that the wait is over, and no more waiting for ages for anything, because this was the longest I had to wait for anything to get my visa, right? So 6 months is a long period. So I thought, I'm never gonna wait for anything the same again, until I took my first train in Germany. That's when I realized my visa process was nothing. That's when I realized this was the real reflection of the AIESEC what? It's not only enabling young people, it's young people, old people, children, any kind of audience. They just put them through the practical experience of a very challenging environment of reaching on time to your touch point. So it made me think, something is worse than the paperwork I had to go through. That's very interesting. And you know, for me, it was very also interesting because I came here with the mindset of the German sharp, like German sharp. In Egypt, like in AIESEC in Egypt, in the last MC, if the meeting was like 10 a.m. and you joined by like 10:02, it was still fine. But from my virtual experience throughout the 6 months, when I joined with my German team, 10 is 10. Like there is no 10, you know? I would join at 10:01, they would all look at me at the meeting. I was like, what? It's just 1 minute. So I came with too many expectations that it's German sharp, you know? So everything fell down. Everything fell down at that moment when I was waiting for the train, to a point that in the first time I thought I was wrong. Like I thought maybe the train left, maybe it was so fast that I didn't see it, I don't know. But actually no, it was not me, it was them. So yes, they are enabling not only young people, and I appreciate them for the wide spectrum they are challenging, but yeah, they were the real reflection of our AIESEC what. Which is why I thought it's time to upgrade our vision, because we need things that are more relevant to Germany, not only to the whole world, but more towards Germany. We always say move Germany, but are we actually moving Germany? But before I show you my vision, I want to play a quick game. I want you all to raise your hand, like this. So I'm gonna say a fact. If this fact applies to you, please put a finger down. So first, put a finger down if you went to a government office, but it was already closed. A finger, yeah. Put a finger down if you wanted to speak to someone about your visa or paperwork, but you couldn't speak German and they couldn't speak English. Yes. Put a finger down if you were late to a touch point because your train got cancelled. Put a finger down if you managed to catch a train when platform changed before it takes off like 1 minute, but you just ran for your life. Put a finger down if you thought Germans were punctual before coming here. Or if you are a German, and of course you know you're punctual. Yeah, if you look around the room, no one has the 5 ones up. Everyone is just having some relevant common experience. Thank you. You can put your hands down. So basically, we're all having very common experiences and we're all living almost the same reality. Which is why out of these common experiences, I believed, spontaneously of course, that we need to have a common thing that is moving us. Because if you believe in the why, the how doesn't matter. You will do it anyway. You just need, the common thing that is connecting. Which is why I thought of the common purpose. We all need to walk through a common purpose. Like, for example, in AIESEC, we all believe that we need to achieve peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential, so we do it through developing leadership. We're all driven by the same thing. If I stand in AIESEC in Germany, AIESEC in Lebanon, AIESEC in Ukraine, it's the same thing. We all believe in the same thing, which is why, as AIESEC in Germany, we need a common purpose. So my strategy was, first, there are 17 SDGs. We're going to add one more one, and it's no delays SDG number 18. So originally, for you to know, there are only 17, but we're going to add one because we're extra. So SDG number 18 is going to be about no delays because of how much we know we should be on time for our touch points. And based on this SDG number 18, my strategy includes a new pilot project in Germany only, which we will call global shuttling, meaning that by 2030, we will ensure that every German arrives on time for their touch point through getting an EP from abroad who will be driving a car for them and get them to the touch point. So we will be like, are our EPs going to be our drivers? No, wait for me. It's going to be in a way that this person, the EP, shuttles the one in Germany, and they are going to be engaging in a meaningful conversation. So if I'm from Egypt and I'm driving, let's say, Maika, she's my EP, we're going to have a meaningful conversation about both Egypt and Germany and reach the common understanding, the common culture understanding, because we're going to be engaging in a conversation. Like, hey, why do you eat so many bread and potatoes? What is that? Or she's going to ask me about the pyramids. Sorry, Micah, nothing. Or she's going to ask me about the pyramids. Or she's going to ask me about the Nile River. Like, anything. We're going to engage in a meaningful conversation until I reach my touch point. And with that, EP is going to have the experience. The person in the car is going to have the experience. And the person in the car arrives on time, which fulfills the no delays of the SDG 18. So basically, it lasts for 6 weeks because it's a GV project, come on, so only 6 weeks. The expected outcome is the number of the car rides getting delivered, the rate of the conversation that the person can give from 1 to 5, like it can be in a 5 stars rating. Hey, how meaningful was the conversation for you? And arriving on time, of course. So that will be a part of my strategy. Moving on. This is the common purpose, to just make people arrive on time. So for the common purpose, I also believe that we need a common vision. I believe that as an MCP applicant, I'm responsible to deliver a vision for you that you will believe in, not only until the end of your term, but also until the end of all of your successors' terms, because we need to ensure the sustainability of AIESEC in Germany. It's not just an MCP for 1 year, it's an MCP bringing a successor, but it's a lasting AIESEC in Germany. So we need a common vision, which is why I thought it's time to upgrade our vision, It's time to just take the leap, do something new. So, yes, we are determined to achieve, and I'm very proud of that. We should achieve more, but also, we should be determined to come on time. So, I know it seems impossible until it's done, but if we just remove Deutsche Bahn, get the EPs, then we are determined to come on time. So, for that, this was the vision that I want to unite AIESEC in Germany for. This was my journey to come here. It showed how resilient, it showed how perseverant I was, and it showed how much I'm very proud to take the lead and lead this entity, manage it, and represent it in international touchpoints, saying we have projects that are actually relevant to Germany. We actually create our own projects because we're like that. So this was my vision. This was me, and proudly, this is Menna, your MCP applicant for 25-26, and thank you.
MCP, 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 MCP. Okay, people, I hope you very much loved our first speech provided by our spontaneous candidate, Menna. So, a little bit of alignment for the upcoming spaces. Let me just look here at the agenda. First of all, you need to be louder, okay? When the candidate gets in, this was your practice round. For the next ones, okay, those are the real candidates, okay? So be as loud as you possibly can. When we were saying in the end it was great, in the beginning we can shout a little bit louder. Good, so if I am not mistaken, someone correct me if I'm wrong, the next speech starts in 10 minutes, correctly? Exactly. So the speech will start exactly at 10:15. Does it mean we can leave the room? No, we basically have 10 minutes to relax a little bit. We can play some roll calls, we can talk with each other, catch up since you didn't see each other for a while, I'm assuming, and most of you just arrived this morning. And we will start the speech at 10:05 sharp, meaning in around 7 minutes, I will start explaining things to you again. Cool? Perfect. Thank you, people.
Wir machen das beim nächsten Broker. Okay? Also quasi, weil ja jetzt noch nichts bestimmt wird oder so, so der Prozess ist. Das ist für uns ein bisschen besser. Wir haben 11:15 oder sowas, was auch mal da die Pause ist, 11:30 ungefähr, die nächste und dann steppen wir wieder und machen neuen Broker.
So the LCP of class, what you
Keep it for now, and the next roll call we will do the switching. Okay? Don't keep it. Yes, maybe your balance for the roll call, then you are allowed to keep it. Okay. Yeah. Or if you leave the room. Yes. No, you. Yeah, I leave the bathroom. It's okay. I said so. We can go to the toilet. So I can go get one. You can anytime go because you don't have to.
This is not yours, is it?
I just don't want to. I don't know. Did I start mine? Kesba? Sound? This is already max, right? That's maximum. That's right. Let's try there. Here, and let's check it over there. Can you just like... Oh my god, wait. Oh, okay. I think I am afraid it's not enough balls. Can you see? No, another room. No, the back. Can you please? Can you please exit drive? No, let's do it so people get a bit we turned off the mic, no? Sorry, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, can you stop this? I think it's recording. Yeah, sorry, we can stop it. Come on, clap. Let's do it together.
Ich kenne als letztes, ja, die Jungen, Vorsätze, morgen ich flach und immer, doch jetzt will ich einfach nur ballern.
So, do you think maybe
Maybe that's something I can talk, I can bring during the break after 11:30. So I can definitely break. I mean, if generally if the delegates are silent, I mean, they're still trying to shift everything as speakers. I don't think it will be a problem. And also, the louder the speakers are, the live stream sound really like harsh. So I like for the live stream, it's good right now, and also in general, I feel like it's good.
Yeah, but I think should I tell them that they're gonna
AIESEC in Germany? Yes!
I mean, then they don't do the song. I think they could be
Yeah. And also,
Then we should be along with Leo. In the opening, of Simon, it is important to hear the sound of the word of the song. That's why when we say MCP, we will not be here to be able to hear because song is not enough.
I can tell him out of requests from the candidate, but it's weird if you don't say "ooh" at least.
I think they can still hear it, you know? It should be fine because it's gonna be just like, 30 seconds and they're gonna shout it together. So then when the candidate is coming, it can be just like music of it and then
So I tell them to chant, but let's then stop and hear the music.
Yes. Do you think it will be weird?
I'm not sure. I think it will be a bit weird. But the alignment is different for each candidate. But if there's no way we can make it louder, I don't see another option.
But it is not nice. I think say what MCP one of them must say to another of them. I think let's say to both of them. I don't know. I think we cannot make this
how many minutes?
I mean, they can shout, but like we can just like
I have
see
a
it.
suggestion. I can leave right now very fast, and I can go tell Zimon if he wants to enter a bit later. Listen to the song during more time. Okay, so they can listen, and then he enters.
At the end
When
of,
he enter, we say MCP.
Yeah, that's good.
okay, yeah, he comes at the later end of the song.
Okay.
All right, everybody, please take a
I
seat.
don't
We're
think
going to
during the
have
break
the first
still
speech very soon.
music box and keep it here just in case. Yeah. During the break, I'll bring one music box and keep it here just in case.
One, two, three. Yeah.
Okay, we are ready now. So this is on already.
Perfect. Okay, everyone. So we are going to be starting soon our second candidate, but first official candidate. So as we planned, you're going to be smiling, be energetic, enjoy. Please don't talk at any moment during the speech because it will be distracting. Even if it's very low, don't use phones, all those sorts of things. Be fully in the moment, enjoy, and make the candidates enjoy as well. Our first candidate will be Simon, and for you to be aware, candidates always have an entrance song, like you saw with men in the practice. So while you're shouting, make sure you're also feeling the music because it represents something for both candidates, that songs they choose as well, and for the things they are going to bring. So yeah, I will just make a quick check to see if our dear candidate is ready, and I will tell you when we can start the Tum Tum Pa. Perfect. Okay, so I'll start playing the song, and you start Tum Tum Pa, and when the candidate enters, MCP. Okay? Cool. So.
Okay, I didn't knew that the song is in something. Hey AIESEC! What's up? Hello everyone, I have the pleasure to open with you today the MCP process for AIESEC in Germany. I'm Simon Torger Zambale and I'm the MC candidate for 25-26 for AIESEC in Germany. And let's start the opening speech. First of all, what will happen in the next few minutes? First of all, you will know a little bit more who I am actually. But secondly also, what AIESEC I actually also strive to create for this entity. But let's start with first things first. Who am I actually? Those of you who have interacted more maybe with me, some of you maybe less, and usually I'm also a person who is barely vulnerable, but also very reserved, because usually I don't like to be the center of attention. I'm also a person who is very rational and very objective how I look at things. But also, sometimes also hesitant to ask for help, because also if I need it. But being also very consistent in what I'm doing. But something which is very important for me, I believe I'm very responsible in my life. On the other side, I believe I'm also very resilient. Despite of challenges, usually I'm the person who pushes through them. But also, no matter the context or the environment which I'm in, I'm able to adapt and be flexible to it. And those of you who maybe know me a little bit better, is that I can be also quite spontaneous and goofy sometimes. So I hope you can also see this side of myself also throughout the day. But something which you need to know, I was not always the way you know me today. Because I was a person who was very strongly shaped by my context as a young child, but also as a young adult. And there are two main elements that really characterized my context. It was stability and it was also safety. And two people have really embodied these elements in my childhood and also young adulthood life. And these are my parents. My father on the left side, he is originally from Germany, and for me he was a person I looked always for guidance. So usually if I had questions, being it in school or in my university, he was the person I went to because he knew how my life was, because he was also a student in this country. But he was also the person who took care about when we, for example, went to restaurants or to on holidays, for example, planning it or also taking care of the bill. My mother really represents safety because she's also very overprotective. For example, when I was a child, she was driving me to school despite that it was only 50 minutes away. Or she always gave me food when I wanted to have it. For example, she also peeled the apple if I wanted to have it. And these two people basically ensured a world where I always got what I asked for. They made sure that I was not exposed to any challenges or problems which I had. They also made sure that there's always stability and safety in my life. But this obviously also led to that I was also a very shy and also a very hesitant child. Because I was raised in a bubble. And my two parents basically ensured that I was always staying in this bubble. Until my context changed. Because if you're raised up in a life where you are protected by this bubble, you will never see if elements in your life are disrupting you if you're suddenly exposed to a challenge. And this challenge happened for me in 2020. 2020 was a year where the world was very unstable because COVID started, but it was also in my personal life very unstable. Because also at the end of this year, my father died due to lung cancer. And I really would like you to imagine if you grow up in a world when you always have a person which guides you, which always gives you the answers, and basically make sure that you always have a structure in your life. A person who is your North Star is not there anymore. So stability was not there anymore in my life. And obviously, if there's no stability anymore, then you're suddenly opposed to things that you're not used to before, like challenges. Questions were obviously piling up. Who will take care of my mom? Because I mean, she's also not doing well. Who takes care on the loan that we have on the house? What should we do with the 3 apartments that we rent away, which my partner took care of? And being the oldest person in my household, people were looking at me. But I had no answer. Being raised in a bubble obviously also gives you fond memories. And I think one of the core fond memories I have with my parents was that we always watched movies at night. It were mainly Disney movies. And one of my favorite movies which I can really connect to, which I also recently watched, is The Lion King. It's basically a movie about a kingdom that is led by Mufasa, this guy there. And he's basically the stabilizing force in this kingdom. He's the person people orientate themselves on. If problems come, if challenges come, he's usually the person who takes care of it. But the Lion King story is mainly about Simba, and it's his son. He should grow up and also take responsibility for this kingdom in the future. But he's not really ready yet for it. Similar to my life, Mufasa also dies throughout the movie by an accident. And Simba has the choice to either take up the responsibility, but he decides to run away. He decides to run away to a place where he doesn't need to worry or concern about it. A key moment in the movie is when Simba was already an adult, a childhood friend reached out to him and tried to rescue him, to bring him back to the responsibility he needs to fulfill. And there's a key conversation which I can highly connect to. Simba says, sometimes bad things happen and there's nothing you can do about it. So why worry? And his childhood Nala had a very simple answer. Because it is your responsibility. And this was also the turning point which I had in my life in 2020. Because in 2020, my context changed. In 2020, I had to respond to the challenges which I was suddenly exposed to. Because I was activated by external challenges I was exposed to. Because I firmly believe this really shaped me in who I am today. I believe when challenges are the norm, responsibility should always be the answer. And this is also something which I plan my life around throughout those moments. In 2020, I choose responsibility. Because 2020 was not only the year my father died. Actually, 5 days after he died, I joined AIESEC. Because back then I believed I need to take responsibility for something which is outside of myself, but also having a place where I can also work on the things which are holding me back personally. Because in 2020, I joined the organization which embraces challenges that help us develop, but also an organization that takes responsibility for the context in spite of the challenges which are there. And since I joined this organization, I made sure responsibility was always my answer. Being it my first leadership position being VBTM and AIESEC in Bremen, where I took responsibility for something which I didn't like, and it was the first time I took initiative to solve it. But at the same time in my life, I learned how to demonstrate integrity by solving the financial challenges at home. Being become an LCP, where I take responsibility for a whole local committee. But I also learned in my life how to strive for excellence despite of challenges when you need to take care about housing challenges. And now, also being MCVP, where you take full responsibility for a whole function, but also for a whole entity. But nevertheless, also in my life, I learned how to activate leadership by supporting my younger brother with his academic challenges. Since 2020, I choose responsibility and living up to the AIESEC way. In the beginning, I told you the goal of the session. It was, you know who I am, but you also know, you understand what AIESEC I envision. But actually, this is not really about myself. Because in the world, bad things happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. So why worry? Because it is our responsibility. In 1948, young people like you and me were exposed to one of the biggest challenges of our time, the Second World War. And they founded AIESEC as a response to this external challenge. They took responsibility to shape their context. They make sure that they activated youth so that they can enable cross-cultural exchange experiences to prevent similar conflicts like these from happening again. Because AIESEC is always the answer to our societal context. But what are the challenges we are actually facing in Germany these days? What is our societal context? Something which we need to know is that there is a political uncertainty leading to a right-wing rise that target youth and influence their worldviews. More young people vote for a right-wing party that is under investigation from the government than we approved people. There are demographic changes leading to less youth being present every year. We need to catch up on major future trends, such as sustainability practice, digitalization, but also on our education system. What are challenges we need to take responsibility for in AIESEC? We are externally barely relevant for students, company, and society. We need to have clarity about what does AIESEC actually stand for these days, and how do we fit into the current context we are in. We need to have a lack of clarity about what we offer, so what is our unique selling point, and what actually the market needs, being it students or the companies. These are all challenges, but this is what I also believe in. When these challenges are the norm in our reality, I believe responsibility should be our answer to solve them. Because the question is, how many young people are equipped to take over responsibility and deal with these challenges? How many young people are developed at AIESEC in Germany into value-driven leaders? 0.01%. What is the AIESEC in Germany I strive for to take responsibility for this? First of all, an AIESEC in Germany that lives up internally to the AIESEC way. An AIESEC in Germany that focuses on disrupting the external world by activating youth. But also an AIESEC in Germany that embodies our culture leads to being top 5 globally and during exchange experiences. And we do this by activating youth and doing it the AIESEC way. I'm Simon Thomas Zambale and I apply for MCP for AIESEC in Germany. Thank you very much.
MCP! 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 MCP!
Okay. No, go back. I will move forward. Oh, good. Okay, people, great job, by the way. You're doing great in your cheering here for the candidates. So, as of right now, it is 10:43. The speech of Jana will start exactly at 10:45 because that's the planned time and we don't want to disrupt at any moment the schedule of our dear applicants. They are the focus of today. So once again, we will have around 10 minutes where we can hang around. You are supposed to be in the room. If you need to go to the bathroom or anything, please approach Clara and talk to her. And yeah, you can have, once again, 10 minutes to relax a bit, process the speech you just heard, and get on the right mindset to the next one as well. Thank you.
Yeah, or this music, I think.
Yeah, like before. You can play some roll calls like before.
I need my water bottle from my suitcase. Is it fine if I take it?
Give me your ballot and you can go. And make sure that you do not run into the candidates. Make sure that you do not run into anyone, talk to anyone.
I love this one.
Don't talk to anyone.
No, I will run.
Yes, go.
Hello, friends. Hello. Go, 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 go.
No, nothing. He's coming back.
You have 10 minutes, no need to freak out. We were better now than when the candles are in.
Slowly go.
It's against coughing.
Coffee?
Coughing. When you're coughing. Because Jana and you are both feeling sick.
I don't understand why it's so low.
Are you okay? Do you need any medicine or anything? No, unfortunately, it's not safe. But it sounds like it makes me I'm thinking this, but I feel like it can make it worse. But
Aber ich glaube,
maybe I drank the entire bottle. I was trying so much.
It's a good sacrifice that you did.
Yes. When I get this cough, the more stressed I am about not coughing, the more I want
Yeah, of course. I have done this once. I was like in school and I had to do a presentation for someone else, and it was not my turn to speak. And I was also like this. But I was also holding paper. Yeah, so I was like, I was holding it in front of my face.
that's what you want to eat. The bag has no bread buns. The cheese one is ready. I said that.
Bye now! It works perfect. Okay, we have the mic. Is the mic still on?
I can do it.
Okay, but you want to yeah. And if you yeah, kannst
I was looking if I still have some medicine. I thought I took them, but I also saw that I already have them. Yes, yes.
MCP Portugal already elected?
Since last month.
Okay. Oh, this is
And these are also right.
He's the one that always makes the choreographies, but they're very energetic. So after this one, you're sweating. It's like the
This roll is so long for such an energetic song. But no, don't play again because I will start talking.
But then you have to adjust it here.
Okay, everyone take a seat, please. Get ready.
But do you want the
We have everyone in the room, right? Okay, perfect. No LCP missing? No? Okay, amazing. I'm not being able to put this thing. Okay, perfect. So, Yana is coming over here right now. Same alignment as before. The music will start. You do tum tum pa. And once she enters the room, you start chanting MCP. So nothing changes. Just do greatly like you did with Zimon and we'll be fine. And yeah, I will just check first if they already arrived. And once they are here, we will start directly. Okay, people, so I will play the song now so you can get ready and start doing your tum tum pa and getting your energy ready. Okay. So welcome, Yana! MCP! 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 MCP!
Hello everyone. In this opening speech, I want you to really get to know me, to get to know who I am and why I am applying for this position. So, I'm Jana. I'm currently studying Sustainable Management and Technology. I'm 22 years old. I'm in AIESEC now for 4.5 years, and I love traveling, spending time with friends, playing football and chess, and so on. And during my time in AIESEC, I had various positions. So I've been a long time in OGV, basically did all of the position you can do in OGV. And since I want to experience what it means to do a GV, I also did a GV in Brazil. Afterwards, I was LCP because I enjoyed my GV so much. So right afterwards, I applied for LCP. And because I enjoyed that time also very much, I later on became PhD. During that time, I wanted to feel the AIESEC experience again. So I did a GV in Uganda. And previously, I had the chance to be also part of incoming exchange. So I was your MCP ICX. And in October, I got the chance to also be your MCP Finance and Legalities now. But those are all things that you can read somewhere about, like in my application, but also in other documents and so on. But I now want you to really get to know me, to really get to know the core of me and who I am. So let me tell you where I'm from. I'm from this state in Germany. It's called Thüringen, in English, Thuringia. And I'm coming from a small town called Samada. And my mom's from Thailand, and my dad is from Germany. And they split up when I was a small child. So I was mainly growing up with my dad, or I was actually just growing up with my dad. I just noticed German part of my, like, where I'm coming from. So I just know German, and I just experienced the German culture. But when I was a child, some people that I met had some opinions about me. And here I want to explicitly say those things that were said to me, they were not from other kids. They were from adults that were talking to a kid. And those were the things they said to me. Where are you from? Yeah, I usually answered, yeah, I'm from Samara, I'm from Germany, you know? And then they ask, but where are you really from? You look different. So you're not really from here. You are a foreigner. You don't belong here. Those were the things that were said to me when I was a child. And as you can maybe imagine, if you're a small child and those things are said to me, I did not really understand them. I did not know why people that didn't even know me, not even know me for 5 seconds, were telling me things as I do not belong in this country. So it got me thinking when I was a child. I was asking myself questions like, why am I different? Why am I not like anybody else? If I don't belong here, where do I belong? I just know this culture. I was raised in this culture. I was born here. I just know German. Where do I belong if I do not belong here? If I'm different, then I'm less worth than the others. I'm less worth than the people around me. But at the end, I just wanted to be normal. I just wanted to be like any other kid. I did not want to be looked at with different eyes, from a different view. I just wanted to be treated like the kids around me. So when I grew older, when I became a teenager, I thought of it more, and I realized I was not the problem. So at some point I realized the things that were happening to me, they're not fair. It's not fair that adults are talking to a small kid and telling them that they don't belong here. And I also said to myself, I want that no one should have those kind of experiences. No one should make those experiences. And if you also maybe face this kind of discrimination, maybe in your everyday life, or maybe your friends face them, then you probably know what I'm talking about here. So I really wanted to make a difference. I want to make a difference. So I said to myself, I want to fight discrimination with understanding. So some years later, when I stumbled into AIESEC, like very randomly joined, and on my first conference, they were telling me in the blue course what AIESEC is about, I was connecting to it directly. I was really like, yes, I don't want that things like the Second World War are happening again. I want to fight discrimination. I want to have more cross-cultural understanding. And we're talking in AIESEC a lot about leadership. But I really believe that leadership is the fundamental solution. If I would have met impact and purpose-driven leaders when I was a child, maybe I would have grown up very differently, would have been way more self-confident as a kid, and had a way better childhood. So this is why I really think leadership is the fundamental solution. When I later was on my GB, I experienced also another thing. I experienced that exchange is nothing you can read about. It's nothing you can watch a video about. Exchange is something that you need to feel, that you need to experience. And this is why I really connect to this cross-cultural exchange part that we are having. I really want to enable exchange with what we are doing. And what I also really want is, I want to see a world in which every young person is engaged and developed with us. And this is why I am applying for MCP, because I don't think we are there yet. I think we are actually quite far from this. And during the last 6 months, I was asking myself one question a lot. Is AIESEC in Germany relevant at the moment? So I was looking up some things. I was looking up some data. One of them is we currently have only 4 NFB partners left, which is less than half than in 2021. We are the only entity in Europe from the top 10 entities that is currently dropping in exchanges. We ended up in a minus in the past 3 years in a row. And currently, we are impacting 0.00001% of German youth. For me, this is not really showing that we are relevant at the moment. But nevertheless, I think that Germany needs AIESEC. There were things happening, like lately elections in my state, Thüringen, where I'm coming from, were happening. And the strongest party was the one that is openly racist, openly discriminating, and in which you can legally, officially say to some people that they are Nazis. And even the most privileged people in our country, the ones that have access to a lot of things, that have access to good education, were partying on Sylt and openly shouting racist things. And those are just some recent events from the previous year. This is why I think Germany needs AIESEC. It needs us to be relevant. And this is why I'm standing here for MCP, and this is why I have a 3-year vision, how we become more relevant. Because I want to be the top 1 exchange provider in Germany for German youth, because they need to feel the leadership development that we have in our exchange program. Apart from that, I want companies want to work with us. They should be really like, yes, we want to get different perspectives from the students and so on. Then I want to deliver more exchanges. Otherwise, we're also not going to be relevant. If we're just delivering 100 exchanges a year, or I mean, like 300, this is not us being relevant. I mean, there are some organizations that have way more than us. So I want to go to a time in which we have more than 1,000 exchanges per semester again. And we are here to develop leaders. I told you just now why I think leadership is the fundamental solution. And I'm here to create more leaders for the future, for AIESEC, for Germany, for the world. But if we now be more relevant, do more exchanges and leadership, but at the end in 3 years, we're then dead, AIESEC in Germany is gone, this is not bringing us further. I want an AIESEC that sustains. I want an AIESEC that is not only there for the next 3 years, but for the next 5, 10, 76 years. And this is why I want to be also financially sustainable. We need to be able to sustain ourselves with the finances we are doing, and this not only for 1 year, but at least for 3 years in a row, or even more. And I want to see us growing in LCs again, growing in members again, because we not only have an impact with the exchanges we are doing, but also on our membership, on our leadership bodies, and so on. But now you ask yourself probably, okay, that's a great vision for 3 years, but how do we get there? And I have one very fundamental thing that I want to do, like actually 3 things. One thing is we need to raise leadership awareness, and we need to make sure that we really are leaders in what we are doing. And Simon Sinek once said, a leader is someone that looks to the right, looks to the left, and cares about the people around them. And I think we need to go to this kind of leadership. We need to care about the people around us. We need to care about our members, so on. Then we need to be purpose and impact driven. If we want to have an impact, we need to want it. We need to choose it. We need to want to make exchanges, send people abroad, bring people here to Germany. If we don't want it, then we are not going to make it. And how we get there is collaboration. We need to do things with and for each other. There are some functions that cannot work without another function. This is why we need to collaborate. We need to make sure that we work together in order to make things happen for each other, but also for AIESEC. And this is why I want to lead for impact together with you. Thank you.
I mean, timing-wise, we are 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
We are 15 minutes ahead of schedule, yeah, that's super cool.
Yeah. How long do I give them before break? When should they come back to the room? 10 minutes before, 5 minutes before?
I mean, then
I
maybe
received 10 minutes before, so because it's also
about
the
they
voting.
come at 11:20. So
Yes.
10 minutes, you know?
They have 20
Then
minutes.
it's 20 minutes time. You can
Perfect.
make it
Okay, people. Great job. I hope you were very excited to hear the vision, the direction, and who your dear candidates are. So since we are a little bit ahead of schedule, our break will be slightly longer as well. So you can rest a bit more during this break and start processing a bit of this beginning of your MCP elections. So we will have a 20 minutes break. You should be back in the room by 11:20. Okay, right now it's 11 a.m. Please be back by 11:20 so that we can do the roll call, voting, and then start the next part of the strategy speeches.
And please bring all your ballots back to me right here, because we will need them for the next roll call so we can check attendance. For those that have external voting rights delegation and the other person has a
You will start as Lego team, right? Yes.
But we brainstorm.
Is everyone?
Okay.
Wait 1 more minute because I think
It's 11:20 now.
okay. Let's start. Okay.
Good. All right. Where's our? Are you in the recording?
No.
Okay. Good.
One more. You can go.
Okay. So we hope you enjoyed your break and that you are refreshed and ready for the next part of this process today. We will start with a roll call. Again, we go alphabetically, LC by LC. In case you have now arrived and want to claim your voting right, for example, you are Karlsruhe and you had an external voting delegation, but now you have arrived, then you can please tell us so that we can make sure it's correct. And then we can start with LC Aachen. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht, Berlin HU. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht, Berlin TU. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht, LC Bonn. Bonn was abwesend, right? Yeah, okay. LC Braunschweig. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht, LC Bremen. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht, LC Dresden. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. And Düsseldorf. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Frankfurt. Okay, so you are Remy? Okay. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht, mit interner Stimmdelegation. And Göttingen. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Halle. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht mit externer Stimmdelegation. Hamburg. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Hannover. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Kaiserslautern was abwesend. Karlsruhe. Aha, anwesend mit Stimmrecht. And Köln. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Leipzig. Anwesend, aber ohne Stimmrecht. No ballot. Lüneburg. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. So the Lüneburg one can go to him. Ja. Magdeburg. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Maviba. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Mannheim. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. München. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Münster. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Nürnberg was abwesend. Paderborn. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Passau was abwesend. Regensburg also abwesend. Stuttgart und Hohenheim. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Dann MCP Kersbon. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Männer. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Minja. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Jana. Yeah, okay. She's. I think for the roll call they should actually be here. I mean, we know they're here. They're anwesend mit Stimmrecht. Also MCVP Simon, MCVP Maike. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. MCVP Diana. Anwesend mit Stimmrecht. And with that, we have 29 present ordinary members with voting rights, and we are still beschlussfähig. Okay. Then, are you making some short explanation?
Yeah.
Okay.
We still have 5 minutes.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
I will explain first and then you can wait a bit.
Where's the other mic? This mic is on, right?
Show me. Yes, it is.
But I will get the other.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, people, welcome back. So now we are gonna enter the second stage here of our MCP elections. So we are gonna enter the strategy speeches. There are some things that are similar, some things that are different. What is the objective now of this stage of the process? You already learned more about who the candidates are and what is their overall vision, what they want AIESEC in Germany to be next year and why they are applying for MCP. Now it's time to learn a bit more of the how, the concrete ways that they want to reach that vision. Where exactly is the Germany they want to build? How they're going to build it, and what's everyone's role in making it happen, okay? So everything will be about strategy and plan for next year. What's also different about this stage right now, we will have a Q&A at the end of each speech, okay? So for this one, each candidate will have a maximum of 25 minutes for their speech and presentation. And then after they finish, we have 20 minutes of Q&A. How does the Q&A work? Throughout these 20 minutes, in the beginning, you raise your hand, okay? So if you want to ask a question, raise your hand with the name of your LC. Our beautiful Lego team will take note of the names and they will call you. You can only ask your question when the Lego team calls your LC name, okay? Clear? Perfect. It will not be timed on how long you can ask the question for, but be mindful, like we were talking in the beginning, that we want to give the candidates more opportunities to answer more questions. So let's try to be efficient when we're asking, but also clear. So the questions are clear and not too complicated, that it's 4 questions in one and they cannot understand what's the objective. For each question, the candidates only have 90 seconds to answer, so 1.5 minutes to answer your question. So also base your question thinking about this, okay? Don't make questions that are impossible to answer in this short period of time. You can always ask someone or you yourself make a follow-up question later on rather than making it too complicated. But yeah, so for this one, we will have 2 timers this time. So Clara here will be keeping the 20 minutes general time for the Q&A part, okay? So when Q&A starts, if you want to see if there's still time for more questions, you can check there. And for the candidates, Mikey will be showing them the 90 seconds they have to answer. For their speech, it will be Mikey, just like before, showing them the 25 minutes they have. So that's pretty much it. Everyone clear? Any questions? No? Then perfect. We will do exactly the same. I will finish the sentence and pass to you. We will do exactly the same thing. So you need to tum-tum-pa, cheer when they come, MCP, MCP. And we will start in around 2 minutes because the candidates are still coming. Yes, Kesman.
Yes. Leo, do I get it right that candidate will have 90 seconds after questions being asked? This time also includes the thinking time.
Yes, exactly. Candidates do not have a specific thinking time. If they want to think, it's discounting from the 90 seconds. Considering that these questions are directly about what they are presenting, they should also be ready to answer more directly, let's say. Aria? Yes.
Ahmed Braunschweig.
It's not needed right now.
Okay. Do I get it right that a question should be only related to the presentation, or can we also ask questions, application-related questions?
That, yeah, as long as they relate to strategy, right? I will pass to Kesman. It's better.
Yes, mainly priority should be the strategy. Besides of this, you can also ask for the application booklet, so on. But you can prioritize the application booklet questions in the question rounds. That will be something I will recommend. That's why in the question rounds, it is related to strategy. This is the highest priority we have.
Yeah, bear in mind the candidates are not preparing to come to this stage to answer, I don't know, something about their AIESEC why or something like that. They are saving that part for cluster rounds and those types of things. So try to make it at least connected to strategy overall.
Do I get it right?
And do I get it right that everyone is involved, including us?
Does she get it right?
What we can do is to give speaking rights to them, then they can also ask questions. However, I think the ballot raising should be by the LCP that has the ballot.
Do we need to do any special procedure for them to have the speaking rights?
Yes, we can say it in the mic. We will do it.
Okay, perfect. So clear, LCP current raises the ballot, and then we give speaking rights to the elect. Cool? Any more questions?
Yeah, Clara Tang.
No?
Sorry, what? What is the question?
LCP current raises the ballot, right?
Yes, and then
The
the
one that
LCP
has the
elect,
voting
and if you don't have your LCP current here, then just ask your neighbor. Okay?
Okay, so for people without speaking rights, they ask someone else to raise the ballot.
Yes.
Right?
Clarified? Okay.
Okay. Yes?
Delegate my vote in Germany to my elect. So in that case, if he has a question, he can directly ask me. I don't.
Exactly.
Yes, technically the voting right should be with you then. I was not aware that because yes, but if you are the ordinary member and you are present, then the voting right is with you, and it's like you cannot delegate it away. But it's okay. In this case, if Sidan has questions, just ask them. If you have questions, just also ask them.
Okay. Is it more clear? Perfect. So we are already on time. So I will cross-check if the candidate is there. I will give you a sign so you can start preparing. The first speech will be by Iana because the order changes
We allow
from
speaking
speech
rights
to
for
speech. So now it's first Iana and then we'll do Simon.
LCP elects present
Ready?
in
Okay,
the room.
you can start with your Okay, and let's welcome Iana!
MCP! 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 MCP!
Thank you so much. So, as you might know already, in this speech is going to be all about strategy. But first of all, I want to tell you again what my vision is. So, I want to become more relevant, deliver more exchanges, create leaders, and by that being sustainable. But, I mean, you ask yourself probably, okay, that's a cool vision for 3 years, but how to get there, right? So, I split up my strategy in multiple pillars. But my overall goal to create relevance is to deliver 1,000 exchanges, not in a semester, but in a year. Then when it comes to leadership, I want to create impact for leaders, and this is mainly possible through TM and OD. When it comes to exchange, I want to deliver exchange together with marketing, OGX, and ICX, and I want to be more sustainable, especially in finance-wise, and I want to sustain through synergies with BD and finance. I will now go basically function by function, analyze the current state, and then what my strategy is to improve the current state. So when it comes to TM and OD, current state is basically we're dropping in the average retention rate for the past 4 peaks. We have currently MX standard delivery of 80%, which also means that 20% are not delivered. We have a decreased number of NSB members for 25-26. So from having that past year around 60 members, now we're going to have 50. The overall LC goal achievement was 26% in the winter peak. We have dropped also in this peak, so dropped by 21%. There were 5 LCs closed in the past 2 years. And we have a current HR fulfillment of 71%, but then we have some LCs that will have 100%, but also some LCs that have less than 40% HR fulfillment. So this is the current state. And in my strategy, I want to create impactful leaders. So let's start with TM. Here, I want to optimize the onboarding process. There are some LCs that have a very much established onboarding process, but there are some LCs that don't have an onboarding process that is like normalized for all of the members that we're having. So we need to make sure that every LC has a standardized onboarding process that they use for their members. And the tool that we can use for this is the National Education Cycle. This already existed some years ago, and I want to bring it back, but also maybe use more tools. Back then it was mainly done through videos, but maybe we can also use things like a mirror board or like Kahoot, other platforms that we can use. I mean, we're in a very technological time today, so I think there are a lot of things that we can use to make this happen. Then something that I will write on a lot of strategies, functional strategies, synergy, delivery, education, and the tracking system. So we need to make sure synergies are happening, but not just randomly. We need to make sure that synergies are really, really helpful. And here, especially for VPTMs, it's super important because VPTMs cannot really perform if the other VPs are not performing. So we need to educate how to do synergies in TM, and then also make sure that they are happening. Apart from that, I think goal achievement can be a very powerful KPI for membership, but also for leadership bodies. So this is also something that should be tracked, and MX standards as well, because we have a promise that we deliver to our membership, and there's something that we should also track in order to deliver it. Simon Sinek says in his book, Sides of Why, that if you want to recruit, you should use the message of why we exist. And I think this is also making us as AIESEC very, very powerful and very, very unique. And I think we should use this why also in our recruitment message right from the beginning. If I would have been recruited with a why we exist, I would have for sure joined. And currently, it's not clear for everyone what leadership means or how to be a leader, because this knowledge was lost over time. So this is why I want to create a mentoring system, coaching system, starting with LCPs that have a coach from an alumni, so that you get the knowledge you need in order to build a good culture, build a culture that you want to have, be the leaders that you want to be, because alumni have a lot of knowledge, but we are not really using it on every level. When it comes to OD, I also plan to have a national education cycle implementation, but this part is like not only for members, but also for all of our leadership bodies and basically our whole organization. Then I want to have NSB meetings. They are there for better collaboration between NSBs, also making sure that synergies between NSBs are happening and we're collaborating and so on. Then once I talked to a partner who said, in order to keep up with time, we need to automate everything that can be automated. So I think that we should fully automate our OD model so that we have an easy accessible data that is correct at all times. Yes, I mean, culture building, also something that we definitely should focus on. I already said that I want to increase this with having an alumni mentoring system so that we know a bit more how it works to build a culture and that we use the things from the past. Then local timeline planning. I hear a lot that, oh, this timeline is not fitting to my LC reality. This is why I want to have local timeline planning. Because, yeah, timeline is a bit different from each LC to LC. And this is why each LC should also plan their own local timeline, which they really want to stick to, which they want to work with. Of course, not just randomly, there should be multiple feedback layers there, but still something that should be implemented. And when it comes to the whole planning process, I would review them and adapt them based on our entity's needs. A lot of them are coming from a time in which we had already more than 1,000 exchanges per semester and in which we had more than 800 members. But this is not the current state anymore. And this is why we should review the process and make it a bit simpler. In the conference cycle, I want to add a MECO instead of a NATCO in the autumn, because I think MECOs can have a very, very big impact on our membership. But instead of the NATCO, I want to have functional summits so that you still have a touch point in which you can connect, collaborate, share GCPs, and so on. Also, when it comes to other summits, like leadership summits and NSP summits, this is definitely something that I want to keep and make sure that we're having it. So far to TM and OD. Let's come to marketing, OGX, and ICX. This is the current state. So we have 11% drop in exchange in the year 2024 comparing to the year before. We're dropping in all products except from IGV and ODTE. We have currently a conversion rate for sign up to applicant of 7%, but we are achieving our national sign up goal achievement. In IDTA, we have a low conversion rate from cold call to meeting, but we are achieving our sales actions goals that we are setting for us. And currently we have one LC running IGV. So this is the current state. And based on that, I want to deliver exchange together, more exchange together. So let's look into marketing. I want to give a lot of sales education. I think sales is needed in order to make sure that we really bring our products to the people that we want to bring it to. And this is why sales education is not only part of marketing, it's not only for that, but also for OGX and ICX. And here I want to have a marketing celebration, or generally for each function a celebration. Celebration is a conference in which it's just about sales and how to sell things in the right way and how, basically bringing it to the right people. And having a local sales day, so basically that we not only do sales somewhere when we meet in Bonn in the office, but also having it on local level with support from the NSP, but also MC, so that we really make sure that also the sales knowledge is reaching all of our else. Then, this is also something I have a lot of times in there, local synergy education and tracking, so really making sure that we give the education how to have synergies, especially with OGX, but also tracking and making sure that they are happening. Then, when it comes to digital marketing, we are wanting to have the Gen Z as our main target group. So we need to, also reach them, and they're following a lot of trends. So we need to make our marketing a bit more trend-based. Maybe also have someone in the NSP who really looks up, okay, this is the current trend, and this is the content that we need to create for it. Yes. Apart from that, I hear a lot of times, okay, we don't do lecture presentations because they're not working for our city. But looking in the past, this was not always the case. There were lecture presentations in which you had more than 20 signups just from one lecture presentation and multiple proofs. So I think it's more about how to do the lecture presentation, and this is why you need to give the right education, how to do the right lecture presentation, so that you know how to do it in a way that you also really get the signups. Then, in our marketing actions, we need to differentiate more between our products, because they have different sales approach. Like, if you want to send someone on GV, it's very different than if you want to send them on an internship abroad. So we need to have this different sales strategies there and also have different marketing actions for it. And last but not least, university partnerships and also partnerships with other initiatives. I think they can be very powerful if you build them up, if you really make them work, if you really work with universities and make them understand what we can bring to them, but also how they can support us. And also at the end, having the goal of, okay, they are actively promoting us because they believe in what we are doing. And with partnerships with other initiatives, here I have an example, Erasmus. I think this can bring us quite forward if we also do it, especially on national level. So if you collaborate with Erasmus, they can maybe promote us if someone doesn't have the chance to go for Erasmus, or if someone does want to do another exchange after their Erasmus ends or something like that. So I think we can build a good collaboration there. Let's move on to OGX. As I said already, sales education is quite important. So here having similar things to marketing, but adding LC visits. LC visits, in my opinion, are currently the thing that is the best tool that we can use to give sales capacities to the LCs. So we should continue them in order to see also results on a faster level. Then also tracking and education of marketing synergy. When I was VP OGV, we had the whole year conservation peak. I don't want to do a whole year consideration peak necessarily. There's also some point recruitment and so on. But we need to open our minds to also do consideration when there is maybe not the highest attraction peak and so on. Because a lot of times this is exactly the time when our AR partners have the slots open. So we need to use the slots at that time. And then also when it comes to sales, we need to differentiate more between our products. As I said, they need different approaches. It's a bit unrealistic to say to an OGT EP, hey, you can go in any country that you want and this kind of stuff. So we need to really target the persona that we need. Then we need to deliver our promises. I mean, we can do thousands of exchanges, but if all of them are unhappy, yeah, what? Then why are we doing this? So we need to deliver our promises, work together with the ECB, and make sure that our exchange standards are delivered. And I also want that OGT LCs are choosing one product focus. So either teacher or talent. This doesn't mean that you cannot approve in the other product, but especially your marketing actions should then be focused on just this one product. Make sure that this product is running well in your LC. Let's come to ICX. So here also sales education as in the other functions. Then when it comes to sales, I want to focus on doing sales with IR partners. So we're building IR partnerships, getting CVs from IR partnerships, and then selling them directly to the company and being like, hey, we have this CV right now. Do you think it would be cool to have him in your company? Because we're currently trying it out a little bit, and I think this can also bring further results in the future if we're using it more and building more IR partnerships that are crucial for us. And exploring new sales channels, I put here, especially fairs. I mean, we can go to more fairs, make it more a thing, but also referrals. We already have partners. We have some companies that we know and ask them to promote us or ask them for other companies that might want to work with us. I think this is something that we can use in order to get more new partners. And here also, of course, delivering our promises with the exchange standards and so on, so also there collaborate with the ECB. And I want to expand IGB to more LCs. Doesn't mean that now 20 more LCs are having IGB. It's more, we should review our financial model, adapt it more to our current times and our current needs, and then expand it to some more LCs that want to run IGB. Let's go to BD and finance. Is there? The current state is that we have currently an MC liquidity of 340,000 euros, which is 80k less than last year, but we also have around 63k open receivables still from 2024. But also this liquidity is 380,000 less than 2 years ago. Nevertheless, a lot of budget cuts in 2024 led to that we have less loss in 2024 than in 2023. As a comparison, in 2023, we have around 170,000 euros loss, and in the past year, we will probably, it's not sure yet, got asked to need to be done, probably around 40,000 euros loss, which is a quite big improvement. Then currently around 18 LCs end up in a minus in 2024. Most probably, as I said, still JA need to be done. And we have a big payback in 2025 coming up for the COVID support that we received in 2020. Let's go to BD. Currently, we have 4 NFP partners, which is 2 less than last year. Currently, we have no really long-term NAX partners, but also already since more than a year. So we are currently working on building them up, but we don't really have them. And we have 1 GB partner less for next year, but most probably 1 more coming up for 2025. So there the number stays pretty much the same. Yes, so this is the current state. And in this part, I want to sustain through synergies. So here, I want to continue the NFP change management in BD that we are already starting to do. So Mike already worked on it, and there's something happening so that in the future NFP changes, NFP partners want to stay more. So this is definitely something that should be continued. Then when it comes, we should do more NFP sales, so to increase the number of partners that we're having, especially through the Y2P partners that we are already having. When it comes to NUGs, we can ask our alumni if they can be willing to work with us more when it comes to national exchange. And I want to implement the partner standard tracking system. I don't know if you heard of partner standards. They are a thing, especially from AIESEC International. And I want to start in BD to start to track them. And if it works well, I want to give it to the local IGT. Yes. Then also here, work with referrals, with partners that we are already having, and ask them, okay, do you think there are other companies that also want to work with us? Do active B2B marketing. We're already doing it a little bit, but here I think we can really think of how we can also do investments in with ads, for example, for LinkedIn. And for GBP, I want to see and work with our current partners that we're having and see how they can have more, sending more people abroad with us, so having more realizations with them. Let's come to finance. In the past year, we already had a controlling focus, but this is something that we should definitely keep, give more education, and also giving more specific education, because in the past year we were telling a lot, okay, let's do controlling. I think everyone knows that it's important to do, but not necessarily how to concretely do it. As a side focus, I want to have donations / building a Förderkreis, mainly Förderkreis, which is basically a way in which you get every year a bit of donation from a company. With that, we also build a long-term sustainability financially. Then build a budget tracking system. This is mainly for role modeling for the MC. But also I want with that to have to build a tool which is basically the financial overview of everything we have in AIESEC in Germany. So that, for example, someone from operations can just go in the tool and knows directly, oh, this is our current financial state. Oh, okay, then I should act on this. And last but not least, synergies, education, and tracking. I said it already a lot, and finance is also quite important, especially if we want to have the controlling focus. Yes, so this is my strategy. So overall, I want to achieve more than 1,000 exchange experiences with creating impactful leaders, delivering exchange together, and sustain the synergies. And those are basically my main steps. And now I want you to take a picture of this exact thing. You can take out your phone, take a picture, because I want you to challenge me on this. I want you to ask me questions on it, because this is something I really want to do in the next year. And you can use your cluster round, you can use now the question round to really see, really understand it. Okay. With that strategy, I want to contribute to my vision. I want to become more relevant, deliver more exchanges, create more leaders, and become more sustainable in my 3-year vision that I have. And with that, I have a dream at the end of my MCP term, what I want to achieve. I want that AIESEC is known by all students on your campus. Each week, your LC is receiving calls from companies that want to collaborate with AIESEC. 3 professors from your university are advertising AIESEC to students every year. We are thinking about investments instead of budget cuts. And members actively want to take responsibility and apply for higher positions. But I cannot make this dream come true alone. This is nothing I can achieve alone. So let's make this dream come true together. And in order to make it really happen, to really go to that dream and make it happen, I want to have let's do it together spaces. Let's do it together spaces in which all AIESEC in Germany can come, basically LCPs, VPs, members, if they want to. And you can give me input on how we can make this strategy even more suitable for our entity. If I get elected, they will happen bi-weekly, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. And they're there also for you to show me your perspective more and take it into consideration when it really comes to strategy planning. And this is one way how I want to lead for impact together with you. Thank you.
Let me just explain here how this is going to go. Rather might be here, right?
No? In here.
Yeah, perfect. Just to explain and to recap also for you, Yana, we will have now 20 minutes total. LCPs, you raise your hands, and our Lego team will call you to ask your question as aligned. And Yana, you will always have 90 seconds to answer each question.
Okay.
Clear?
The overall time for the 20 minutes will be visible here for you. Okay? It will be bigger.
Okay. I really don't see it, but it's okay.
If not, then Kesman can hold it.
And someone from front. Or maybe you can.
Is it big enough like
you can
this?
Put. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Then, and please, when you ask the question, raise the ballot high, okay? And only take it down once we have called you upon, so that you know that you're on the list, okay? Good. And then we need a beautiful runner who can be the mic passer.
Exactly. So.
Who can do the job? Okay.
And also make sure that you are saying your name and the LC before you speak, please. Keep this in mind.
Understand it?
Okay. So, if you want to ask a question, the first question will go to MCP.
I think.
Okay, can you go this way? Okay. Aachen, Braunschweig.
Oh, okay.
Then we have. Can the LC please, or the LC just Aachen? Okay, we have Aachen and Braunschweig. Thank you. Münster. Düsseldorf. Okay. Okay, first question round is closed. And then if we have time, we will go into the second one. Your overall time. So the question round starts now, and the first question goes to Kesselensky.
Yes, thank you very much, Yana. I'm really, really proud to see you here. My question will be, when I look at overall your vision and your strategies, you say that in 1 year, 1,000 exchange. So this is also something that AIESEC in Germany didn't achieve in the last 5 years, for example. My question is, what are the just three main strategies that you will implement that were not implemented over the past 5 years to achieve nearly 300% growth in exchanges?
No.
Don't you have one?
Okay. So one is for sure to implement to increase the numbers that have of LCs that have IGV. So this was not really implemented in the past years, and I think IGV can have a big impact in creating more exchanges. Then what was not really the focus so much in the past years was in IGTA to, like, we were very much focusing just on cold calls, like calling as much as possible, just calls. So switching data strategy to more have different approaches when it comes to sales, going to different fairs and so on. This is also something new. I think, like, in the past years, it was also not like there was always like one celebration, but the main target group was the IGT network. And now having celebrations for all of the different functions, I think this is also a strategy that can increase the number of exchanges a lot, because then they get the sales knowledge they need in order to perform.
Next question, Diana.
Diana MC. Thank you so much, Diana, for your speech. So, in your OGX strategy, you mentioned that you want to differentiate how we basically see every single product. But on the slide, we saw strategies mostly for OGX together. So, what exactly should be done in each product? Maybe like you can mention one strategic step for one product that will for sure boost them separately.
Okay, one thing that maybe is for all of the products a bit relevant is to define the target groups that we're having in each of the products, so that we really know whom we're selling those things, like our products to. And then when it comes to each of the products, for a global teacher, I think we should have a very, very strong partnership focus with the universities, because there we can be promoted by students that are studying teaching. When it comes to global talent, there we should focus on having IR partnerships and really asking them, okay, which CVs do you need? Which CVs do you want to see? And then maybe looking more on LinkedIn and really approaching the right people with the right CVs in order to make sure that we not only have applicants, but actually really approves from it. And in OGV, yeah, I think OGV is not not really a difficult product in itself, because the process time is quite fast. So I think we really just need to know how to sell a product, right? So just give them the knowledge. Okay, we need to sell this and that in this way, and really not taking objectives.
The next one is going to be Michael. Please say your name.
Maike MC, thank you so much for your speech, Jana. Given that it could be a necessity to further reduce the amount of MC members in the next term, which parts of your strategy would you deprioritize to achieve with decreased MC capacity?
Okay, for me, exchange is very important. So this is something that I would not decrease at all. So something that I would have less priority on would most probably be the BD part. I mean, it's important to have BD, but like if we deliver exchanges in our local committees, I think this is way more bringing us forward in the future. And I honestly truly believe that we need to develop leaders and also have some focus on also membership at the current state of time. So BD I would deprioritize.
Next question is from Minja.
Minja MC, also thank you very much for this speech. And you mentioned mainly 3 pillars that you would like to base your whole strategy. And one of them is to bring impactful leaders, which also based on your proposed structure would be held only from one person, mainly what you also showed, MCV, PTM, OD. So I would like to ask, how do you envision to bring all of the mention things such as automatization, onboarding, education, and etc. when it will be held only from one person? And the question is mainly how you would like to deliver all of this qualitatively in all of the 29 LCs to be implemented.
Especially when it comes to OD processes, I think they don't need to be done by just one person. We can decentralize it a bit and give also other MC members, but also NSB members more responsibility. So there I would really focus on, especially when it comes to the automation, either aligning with Richie, someone that we already have, or finding someone that is very specialized in our NSB that can focus just on this project and making it happen. But also for the other parts, as I said, like splitting it up, bringing the focus especially also to other MCVPs, but also the whole NSB. I think this is the way how I want to make it happen, that we really implement all of those things. so that so that not all of the responsibility is just in one person to make everything happen, but really that multiple people have also focused on this.
Vicky Aachen, my question would be, if the timelines are local, how will you set the focus for the MC and the national teams?
Okay, there are basically two ways. I would still have an overall national timeline, which is like a model kind of, which also can be used from the LCs. But also then knowing the LC timelines and also implementing them at the end at the timeline that we're actually using. Yes, and basically adapting mostly to the LCs. Because I mean, as I said, it doesn't make sense to have a timeline that is not fitting anyone. So everyone should have their timeline, and we need to adapt as an MC to make it happen that this timeline is really followed and that we can really deliver the exchanges.
Ahmed Braunschweig, thank you so much for your presentation. I wanted to challenge you in the slide that you said you want to be challenged in. Why is finished to completed mentioned in ICX but not in OGX, even though we have only 25% finished to completed? How do you evaluate the OGV current exchange quality and its effect on our GVP partners?
Friendly reminder to keep the question short. Okay. Yes. I mean, if you see the more specific steps that I put on the other slides as well, there was also a focus on OGX on delivering the exchange standards, also making this happen. I mean, why I didn't put it on the slide was because, I mean, in OGX we have less standards to deliver. So the priority should be more on sales and increasing the scale that we are having at the moment, because I mean currently we also don't really have this scale of exchanges to just focus on quality. Nevertheless, the exchange that we are delivering right now, so in OGX, I mean the quality is not always what we want to have. I mean, there were some approval breaks. There are some EPs that are quite unhappy also with how we deliver them as OGX. So there's definitely, that's why I also put it on the specific slide, to make sure that we still deliver the 4 exchange standards that we're having as home entity. So to answer very shortly, no, there's not no focus, but it's just not on the big slide.
Next up, Münster.
Paul from Münster. Thank you for your presentation. And my question would be, you mentioned that you want for every operational function, or you want summits for basically every function. How would you cope with the workload? How would the MC team work with the workload, and how you can still make sure that you deliver your normal MC tasks?
I mean, those summits, they are part of those celebrations are part of my main strategy. So I think they should have a bigger focus also for the overall MC. And they are also a tool how we can achieve basically the strategies that then are very functional from the MCVPs. So what I would do is that in the synergies of the MCVPs, in either 3 of them or so on, they are aligning, okay, what are sessions that we can maybe have in all of the summits, and so that the number of sessions that they need to prepare not necessarily to be super high, because everything is just function based, but some of them can also be very overall sales based. So yeah, so first of all, having it as a focus for the function itself, because this is the thing that can make exchange more happen. And second of all, splitting up some tasks for some specific sessions that can be still in all of the summits, even though the summits are split up.
Okay, next question, Düsseldorf.
Macarena Dusseldorf. Thank you so much for your speech. My question is also about the local, that the LCs have their own local timeline. How a local timeline will make sure that newbies and TLs will be right onboarded before NATCO and MECO?
Okay. Yes. Okay, I mean, when it comes to NATCO, I think that newbies don't need to be onboarded before NATCO because this would still be like for a time. But when it comes to MECO, well, first of all, I would still look over the local timelines, really see, okay, when is the onboarding happening for which LC. I don't plan that the local timelines would differentiate too much. So even though there are local timelines, I don't plan that there's no onboarding happening. I mean, maybe for some LCs, but for the majority, at least the onboarding started for the members, and then I would try to build up on that in the MECO. So making sure that after the MECO, they are a step further in onboarding and really know more about the organization. Yes, that's my answer.
Siddhant, LC Paderborn. You mentioned about investments for this entity. So my question is, why would external stakeholders consider AIESEC in Germany as a valuable investment, especially considering our in a financial situation or declining membership in this entity?
So it's about the stakeholders. Did I get it right?
Yeah, about
Okay. Yes, I mean, when it comes to investments, I mean, you still need to calculate a clear return of investment that you plan with it, right? So there still needs to be a really clear calculation of, okay, we invest this much, for example, for B2B marketing with our ads that we are doing. And this is going to be the outcome, the return of investment that we're having. And when it comes to external stakeholders, what they are seeing in us, okay. I mean, we have a purpose as AIESEC. We have a mission as AIESEC, and I want our stakeholders to be connected to that as well. So our stakeholders should be like wanting to work with us because of who we are, and I think we can also be proud of who we are. So just making sure that they know this can already increase a lot. And apart from that, it's also always about like giving and taking. So we can also discuss with them together what we can bring to their company, for example, what we can bring to make them, for example, have more exchanges in their company and grow as a company. Yes, sorry, my time is up.
Yes, thank you very much. Christoph, L speaker in Hannover. Thank you very much for applying, Jana. My question is just, you mentioned a lot of meetings like Celebration, both in ICX and in OGX, but these are only as successful as the amount of members and LCs that you actually reach with this. So how do you want to make sure the attendance for extra meetings in Bonn or anywhere else is actually high so that it's productive and successful?
Okay, I think it all starts with the LCPs and the EPs. If they understand why this is an important touch point, they can also bring it to, for example, the members or the VPs and basically tell them, okay, why it's beneficial to go there and also follow up on it. So I think first of all, I would like to work with the LCPs and make them understand why it is important to have those touch points and why it can be very beneficial to send people there. Apart from that, we already planned in our budget plan that is going to be legislated tomorrow that for the next year there are some investments to be taken. So also for the members, there can potentially be some reimbursements of further LCs that would have travel costs. So this can also make it easier for the members to come. Yes, so I mean, once going over the LCPs and then using the budget that we planned for it.
Okay, next question in the round starts again with education, and then one person will probably just get one.
Yes. When I look at your strategy, I also saw some more theoretical education spaces. My question is, where our LCs should stand between the theoretical education and learning by doing in 25-26, when we think that as an organization, we embody practical experiences in challenging environments regarding exchange or membership?
Okay. I mean, what we're doing cannot be always be done without any theoretical knowledge. I mean, also if you sell something to on an info booth, you should at least know the product behind it. So in that regard, I think it should be a mix, kind of. So what I learned when I was VP actually was that first, okay, you hear it, you see how it's done, then afterwards you try it yourself and get some feedback on how it's done, and afterwards you can do it alone. And I would like to follow this whole step also with optimizing the onboarding process, as I said, so that every member or new member is still going through this kind of steps. And also later on having more feedback spaces, of course, but this is, I think, how it should be.
Okay. Yes, that was the last question. So we're glad you're done with your question round. And on to the next
I was looking at some points so often, but we're like, where does it all work?
Oh my god, that's a really difficult one. Like,
I also don't know.
yeah. I will also make a remark in addition. Yeah, I will try to. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
but I don't know.
really different text, but I think because
the strategic speech of Simon at 12:30, okay? So similar to previous times, we have around 10 minutes to relax a bit. Disregard the MC members here, they are just preparing the materials for the upcoming speech. Cool, all good? Perfect, so we have 10 minutes to relax now.
yeah. And please don't leave the room with your.
If you need to use the restroom or anything, need to leave the room, come to me. Okay. Never mind. All good.
Can you like take away the
Exactly.
Okay. Let's see when Simon is ready. Can you put the presentation?
Yes.
We'll do exactly the same. Share them up a lot. Once Simon enters the room, I will just remind about the timers, so he's also aware where the timers are located. And I think no more explanation is needed. You already know the drill and how it works. She will check. Yes, let's begin. Not yet. First, okay, 10 seconds. It's not there. Yes. Yeah, you can start.
Let's welcome
Okay.
Yes, welcome everyone. I'm back again with you here. I'm Simon Torger-Zambale and I'm applying for MCP of AIESEC in Germany in the term 25-26 by activating youth and doing it the AIESEC way. Before going into the strategy speech, I would like also to give a little disclaimer before we go in there. This strategy proposal which I brought for you is a co-creation based on conversations I had with different people within the entity, but especially also with you. And my main intention with the strategy was for sure not only to focus on the things which we already did in the past, but for sure also on things that really would make a difference. Because I also believe that we will not get different results by doing the same things again. Having this in mind, I would like to also start off with a strategy speech, and with this, also with an open mind to also check what are the proposals here, because also throughout the MCP process, I obviously also critically assessed also my own function, which I believe you also need to do as an MC member in order to check what is the most needed to bring the entity forward. What do you know about me so far? The first thing is, what you heard in my opening is that I was strongly shaped by my context. But in the end, I took responsibility to shape my context. Secondly, I believe if challenges are the norm, responsibility is the answer. I would like to position an AIESEC that is relevant for the external world. And an AIESEC that is the answer to what the societal context it is in. And this is what I strive for AIESEC in Germany. An AIESEC that lives internally according to the AIESEC way, an AIESEC that focuses on disrupting the external world, but also an AIESEC that embodies a culture which needs to be in top 5 globally in exchange experiences. And we all do this by activating youth and doing it the AIESEC way. And we will start with activating youth actually. I brought for you a little activity which is called the 9-dot exercise. Who of you has heard it already before? Raise your hand. Great, then I invite you to don't spoiler the others. You can for sure do it on your own, but just everyone also has their own experience with it. What will now happen is you get the task to connect the points by 4 of your straight lines without lifting the pen. You find the materials below your chair, and you now have 1 to 2 minutes time to pursue it. If you want, you can also have multiple tries. You can just turn it around. And if you're done, you can just raise your hand so I'm aware how far you are. Due to that, I only have 25 minutes, 45 seconds left. Yeah, you're not allowed to lift the pen. It needs to be one line. Ten seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Who was here able to complete the exercise who didn't knew it before? Raise your hand. Diana? Yes? So, then tell us, how did you approach this exercise? Maybe you can also show up and say what the outcome was.
But I understood. I was folding the paper.
Okay.
So if you can fold the paper 4 times, 2 times like this, and 4 times like this, then you will connect all of them. That's how.
Okay, interesting. So you made something with a paper. Okay, yes, this exercise was obviously not just for the sake of giving to them, and I also don't want to give a problem without providing a solution. So that's why I brought to you a video which will also show you what could be a potential solution. Can you maybe click? Yes.
9 dots with 4 straight lines. As you can see, you need to think outside the box. So often, thinking pushes us within certain constraints and parameters, and we need to release that and get outside the box.
Yes, 2 key things which you have heard is thinking outside the box, and we are limited by our constraints. Because something which we will now talk about is about belief. Because what is a belief actually? A belief is an idea or something which you take for granted without that there's real direct evidence or proof. And based on this exercise what I showed you, so a lot of you probably believe that there's a quadrant around this 9 dots. But this was never stated in the exercise. And the belief was, okay, we are constrained by the box which we put ourselves around these 9 dots. Because something which we also need to talk now about is, hey, look at our results, but also having in mind what beliefs we maybe have associated to them. I differentiated our results these days in 3 different pillars. One's membership, exchanges, and finance and partnerships. When we look at organizational development, 16 of our local committees are generating less than 6 exchanges per LC term. And every second EB loses an EB member throughout the LC term. In TM, yes, we recruit a lot of members, but we also need to be aware that we lose 1 to 2 members average per LC per month. Meaning the people we recruit, we lose until the next recruitment comes around. In the NSB, we have a very high consultancy score, which basically means the network services we deliver, etc. But it isn't correlated with the goal achievement, which we have on a local level. In OGX, 1 of 3 EPs gets completed in the outgoing experiences. Every 10 sign-up applies for an outgoing opportunity. In marketing, a global volunteer LC generates on average 1.5 sign-ups per week. In ICX National, we match 2 out of 3 open positions with DHL. In ICX Local, an average IGT LC does 2 opens per year, meaning 1 open every 6 months. In BD, we are dropping in revenue since 3 years. In finance nationally, we talk a lot about process time, but are you aware that our audit process time takes more than 1 year? And we, of course, also have higher costs than revenue annually, which I think most of you are aware about. Finance locally, 14 LCs plan to be in minus, and 17 are actually in minus. So how do our beliefs, which you just explored a little bit throughout the exercise, influence us? When I ask you the question, how do we improve our retention rate? We can believe that we are 100% responsible from the first message we send to a new member at an info booth until the moment they are an alumni, or we can believe that in the end, members leave due to external reasons and we cannot really influence it. How do you improve our conversion rates? We can believe that we are 100% responsible from the first message we give a person at an info booth about Global Volunteer until the moment they get completed in their exchange experiences. Or we can also believe we don't have control about our signups. The host entity we can also not influence. Same questions, two different beliefs. Same questions, two different approaches. Same questions, two different results. And now having this in mind, how our belief system also influences how we approach things which we do in AIESEC, is being really aware that in AIESEC we are responsible for everything that we do in AIESEC. Every message that we bring on campus, every email that we send to a company, every check-in which we create for our members. We are in complete control of all this. And having this in mind, let's look at our results again. And let's really check what are things we can really control and take also responsibility for. This is obviously not everything. I mean, I can talk a lot about beliefs, but in the end it's also about what concrete things needs to be done to improve also the results. So what strategies should we also pursue to improve our results? When we look at exchanges, I believe one core thing that we need to do is we really need to evaluate our unique selling point, our value proposition, and also what is the target persona of each product which we run. I believe we need to adapt our sales and marketing approaches around Gen Z, but also in IGTA on startups. I think we need to reevaluate our operational and functional timeline based on the functional direction, but also based on the local reality. And last but not least, I believe we should actively promote or continue actively promoting opportunities in global plenary or also in the external market in order to ensure diverse applicants for DHL. Let's look at finance and partnerships. I believe when it comes to partnerships, we should be way more present in career fairs, similar like, for example, OMR festivals. Being it engagement with our partners, being it through contacts of our board of advisors, or being it also with student initiatives such as Bonding, who usually regularly create these events. I believe we should leverage our board of advisors contacts, which is in the foreign ministry, because currently our DAD revenue which you generate, which is by the way 100,000 per year, we don't have a, let's call it, inside contact person. We basically have a person who is the contact person for a lot of people, which we are mainly in contact with. I also think that we should also legal and financial matters, including insurance, to partners which we collaborate with, such as MLP or PVC, to ensure that we reduce fees in these products, but also we reduce administrative capacities, which an MC member can also spend somewhere else. And I also believe we need to adapt LCCF percentages per exchange performance in order to set a proper incentive system to improve our financial state. When we look at membership, I believe we should review and update audit processes, entity systems, and the rules which were designed mainly in the late 2010s, where AIESEC in Germany annually did 1,500 exchanges plus. I believe we should implement not only a retention project, but really checking, okay, at which stage of the experience, which people are leaving to which reasons. Because there's a different reason for leaving the first days which you're in AIESEC compared in summer holidays, where maybe there are not so much routines going on. I believe we should create clear member growth paths. So meaning if a member joins in the organization, they should know in 1 year I can be a team leader, or in 3 years I can be LCP. And they clearly have a path that AIESEC is not about, okay, I'm gonna stay until the next 9 months after I get my certificate, but also, okay, if I did this step, then I can be also there along the line. And last but not least, I believe you should develop further a management on the road strategy during operational peak, which the current MC already has started. So we ensure that especially when there's a high peak, the MC is for sure closer to local committees, not to do the actions for them, but also to enable them to also make more actions happen on their own and to deliver more exchanges. Obviously, this is not all. Those of you who read my application have seen that I put a high emphasis on organizational culture. And there are different models how to assess this. I choose this one because it's quite simple to understand. And basically how it looks like, you differentiate between internal and external focus. So if the organization focuses more on things which are internally going on in the organization or more externally. But on the y-axis, you also check what does the organization value? Is it more flexibility? Is it more focus or structure? And I asked you also questions. For example, how do you assess the current culture of AIESEC in Germany in order that I don't just make the assessment on my own, so that I also have a proper picture and can also do an evaluation for it. Local committees are currently here. An internal focus while having still the wish or need to also have a flexibility to also do their own things. But the MC is here. We are also mainly focusing on internal matters, but at the same time we value more, let's say, the structure or more the rules, which in the end means that we are not aligned in this way. And the last step when it comes to membership OD is for me, we should create an organizational culture, change management process that creates an AIESEC which is more entrepreneurial, but an AIESEC which is also more aligned with each other, but also an AIESEC that creates a bottom-up culture, where people can also participate to create this culture, so they also have more ownership towards this culture. What is the overall strategy for AIESEC in Germany? What I mentioned in the beginning, it all starts with what we actually believe in. And what I believe in is that we should activate youth and do it the AIESEC way. Because if you don't have a common belief, then it's more difficult to also execute the things that we would like to execute. I would like to strive for 550 members on local level. In operations for 600 local exchanges, and in finance and partnership to have 150,000 liquidity on the bank account. And to ensure that we have these 550 members, the main pillars are that the NSP focuses on making sure that local goal achievement is their main measurement of success, because there's a high correlation between people staying in AIESEC and also what kind of success stories they actually experience, or also how much they're connected to exchange. In OD, I believe we need to grow in local community, not for the sake of growing, but we can't activate youth if we don't grow. Because in the end, then we're in the same place where we were before. In TM, we can't activate youth or make sure that they do the AIESEC way if we don't keep them. So that's why it's also important to focus on retention. In operations, I believe ICX also includes IGV, and we should strive for 180 realizations, and an OGX for 420 approvals, while having marketing 1,050 applicants across all products. In finance and partnership, BD and Glocks should generate a revenue of 340,000, and finance should in the end nationally end up in 1,000 profit loss. These were obviously things which were more on a numerical level. But in the end, it's also about what does it really mean if we should achieve this. Imagine we have an AIESEC in Germany. There's a culture where people really value purpose, autonomy, growth in their members, but also that the members also see this by also contributing to more exchange. Imagine AIESEC in Germany that has EPs. They bring their friends to your info booth because they enjoy their experience so much that they become active promoters, and you can approve them for a project right on the spot there. Or maybe we can ensure that people from abroad can come to Germany and can also integrate into our country, while also positively contributing to startups, which are also in demand of the workforce. And also imagine if AIESEC in Germany has partners that support our cause and values by providing multiple career opportunities. And we worry more about where do we need to invest our money and not where we need to cut the money. But in the end, it all starts with how we look at these things. This is an ideal outcome, yes. But in the end, it also comes down to what do we also commonly believe in, what do we need to focus on to make a difference, in order to also get the results which will be differently for us. I also want to take a step further. Imagine an AIESEC in Germany where each LC has more exchanges than links saved in their bookmarks in their browser. An AIESEC in Germany where people spend more time outside meetings than inside of it. Being it that they develop, being it that they talk with EPs, being it they are purposely autonomous and growing, also if there's not a touch point happening. And an AIESEC in Germany that doesn't let itself be constrained by its beliefs, but actually believes that they can make a change happen to the external world. And not only believing it, but also achieving it. Because in the end, the people who are crazy or not to think that they can change the world are the people who actually do it in the end. Because if we don't even believe that we can make it happen, then the best strategy will not work out. And with this being said, I'm Simon Torger-Sambale and I'm applying for MCP 2526 for AIESEC in Germany. I was not done, but okay. Wait, I was not done. I had 3 minutes, but thank you very much for the applause. You can sit down again. I still have time. All good. I was not done. Yes, because in the end, it all starts with a belief. I firmly believe that AIESEC in Germany needs to start activating youth because we are only as relevant as we also are relevant for our external world. Being as our EPs, to our society, but also our companies. And I believe we also need to have an internal belief that how AIESEC has run based on the AIESEC way since over 70 years, that this is also the way how we should have internal clarity also achieve this. And now, thank you very much. And I'm Simon, I'm applying for MCP.
You will need this back in a second, but yeah, actually keep it because you're going to be answering questions. I will talk to this one. Where's the second mic? Here. Perfect.
Do I stand, sit? How does it work?
You can stand here, but if you need to sit, you can grab a chair if you
Yeah.
prefer. That's totally fine. Okay, so just to recap a little bit also for you, Simon, to know exactly where the timers are. So we have 20 minutes total for the Q&A part now that will follow. The general timer will be here, okay? So on this little table. Simon? There.
Yeah.
And here you will have the 90 seconds to answer each of the questions. Remember, this will look big when we click, don't worry. Remember to raise the hand if you want to ask any question, okay? And our Lego team will take it forward from now on. I think we are ready, right?
First question, MCP Kesban.
Diana.
Mina. No, sorry, Mina.
Yeah, that's Rena.
Okay, we have you.
Yeah,
Then,
not necessarily, but I
Aachen,
think just keep it here.
Köln, Münster, Hannover, Braunschweig, Göttingen, Hamburg, and Stuttgart. And Lüneburg. It's Lüneburg instead of Göttingen. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Yes. And it was last Stuttgart. Yes. Okay. First question goes to Casper and Emily.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Simon, for your strategy speech. Also, really proud to see you here. My question connect with the retention rate. As we all are aware that retention rate is really important topic for AIESEC in Germany. In your presentation, I saw that in the bracket you mentioned first 30 days, exit management, and holidays. My question is, what will be different from what are we currently doing to increase the retention rate, and what concrete steps that will help AIESEC in Germany increase the retention rate in the next year?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Based also on data which we have available when it comes to why members drop, these are basically the two main areas when members decided to leave AIESEC. So first of all, directly after they recruited, but also mainly during the summer, which is usually the time period July until September. Yes, what is the main differences? Usually during the summer, one of the main reasons is that we also need to critically assess ourselves how we also run still our LC routines throughout this period. Because imagine if you're a member in AIESEC and suddenly you have 3 months, nothing is happening as an example, and then suddenly you join again, then you also lose connection, not only towards the LC, but also towards the organization. So this is the one part. Secondly, it's so in the first 30 days, people don't really have clarity what they sign up for. For example, how much hour they invest, what AIESEC is about. Clear steps for me to propose is, first of all, monitor for sure these two differences for how many people leave in which point, but also to ensure there's clear expectation setting, for example, missing in the interview process, but also ensuring to also have direct contact with members to exit talks.
Okay, the next one, Diana, please don't forget to say your name and the question is short.
Diana MC. Thank you so much, Simon, for your speech. How do you see the future of the global and national exchange for AIESEC in Germany? And what will be their contribution to the exchange goal in numbers?
Yes, something which is a trend, which has been going also in the last few years, is that I think Germany is actually growing more in their national exchanges than in the global ones. So meaning that currently exchanges are also very centered when it comes also what happens at national level, especially with our partner DHL. How do I see the contribution in terms of numbers in the future? As far as I know, that DHL also plans with us to increase the amount of EPs we receive, currently planning for 2025, potentially 90 realizations based on the calculation. And when it comes to NUCs, I believe we should strive to have 30 realizations for sure in 2025 in order to also have this balance even out there.
Thank you very Minja MC, thank you very much for presentation. I want to ask, we are proposing to have a goal being top 5 globally. However, currently we are top 10 in Europe, but only one from these top 2 dropping. And my question would be, what is your exchange strategical steps to change this and achieve this goal?
Did you say exchange strategical step? Okay. Yes, also after critically assessing, obviously also the current state, also in the global plenary. Yes, it's correct what Mina said. So basically we are a top 10 entity in Europe, but we are the only entity that doesn't grow. And the main exchange strategies are for me, for sure, tackling the assumption or belief that we don't necessarily, we talk a lot about that we have a knowledge gap. But in the end, we are also an AIESEC, and every year we change our positions. There's always going to be a specific knowledge gap. I believe something which we should more foster is for sure a culture which also values on behaviors and mindsets, and that it's not only about, hey, we talk about exchange and exchange is so cool, but in the end also we show behaviors which also bring us closer to making exchange happen. Secondly, what I also wrote down is we need to for sure also check what is actually our unique selling point when it comes to our outgoing products, and also how they differentiate between other initiatives which are also on the market. And thirdly, I believe we also need to check with other entities which are growing massively what they are doing, because I think we also need to be in a humble position that yes, AIESEC in Germany does things differently, but it doesn't mean that they lead to the results we would like to have.
Yes, thank you, Simon, for your presentation. I wish you the best of luck. I'm Minna, MCP OGX. My question to you is, taking into consideration that in your opening speech you mentioned you want Germany to exist in the top 5 global, and last year the 5th globally was achieving more than 700 exchange. And with the growth trend that is happening in all the entities, it means that in order to be 5th at least globally next year, you need to achieve a minimum of 1,000. Meanwhile, your plan is 600. How do you see this achievable?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I believe I think Germany should always have an aspiration to be a top 5 entity, but I'm also aware that an MC term only is 1 year. And for me, what the main aspiration more is that we really set more the bar that we should strive for to be a top 5 entity, but also establishing a culture within the term I would have in order to also make it happen. I'm against putting an exchange number just for the sake of saying, okay, we are top 5, if I don't stand behind it, I don't believe this is manageable within the current context. But for me, it's more about really setting the foundation when it comes to our culture, but also with our internal clarity, in order that not only in my term we grow, but also the terms afterwards we can also reach to become top 5.
Vicky Aachen, you spoke a lot, both here and also in your application, about autonomy. But autonomy from the LCs doing more things on their own would also mean that they take more decisions on their own. In the past, from the current MC, including you, these decisions were not always respected. So how does this fit together?
Yes, thank you very much for asking me. Yes, what I mentioned already in the beginning, for sure, an MCP process, especially also the creation of the application, is also a moment where you also need to critically assess yourself. I'm also not a person who's perfect. I'm also open to also admit my mistakes. And what I meant more with autonomy is more, we really need to check what are things, let's say there are minimums that really need to be controlled when we look at, for example, GDPR or certain things which we need to fulfill externally, but what are things we can give more freedom. And I think this is more meant with this. Yeah.
Okay. Jenna, LCP Köln. You mentioned, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned in your presentation that you want to outsource some of the finance to our partners like MLP and PwC. What is the benefit for the company in that, and how do you think that could work? Like, please elaborate.
Yes, I think first of all, we're already in contact with these companies. So MLP is being one of our NFP partners. And basically how the NFP works as a company is if they manage your insurances or financials, they get, how to say, a percentage on it. For example, if you're also a private customer. For example, I'm a private customer of MLP as an example. And what are the benefits of it? Basically, MLP also has a subgroup which is responsible for managing wealth above 1 million euros for institutions, NGOs, and also for private people. And in this way, I believe then it doesn't mean that they get all the, like let's say, the responsibility and control everything, but I believe they have for sure resources which you can draw on, which would help us also focusing more on the things that really matter, focusing more on the external world. When we look at PVC, I think things which were done in the past and are also already initiated at the moment is usually that they do pro bono evaluation, which is basically they do it for free, and then due to external branding, it's more how to say, corporate social responsibility initiative, where they can showcase that they also do a positive impact outside the company.
Paul Münster, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned change management and changing the culture of Germany. How would you, as an MCP, lead this operational change management? What are some action steps?
Yes. In the end, obviously change, there's not this one perfect approach. Like to give you also better, I mean, I studied also in my master, and it also depends in which context you are in and what is the most needed. But usually there are some crucial things which are always in place. So I believe for sure, starting with a clear vision why this is important. So that people who actually also engage in the space don't see it as something bad, because usually if you change something, people are also more open also to be resistant to it, because as humans we are also more, let's call it, people of habits. And in this way, really also making sure that people clearly know why this change is also needed and also what benefits they get. I believe a second thing is for sure also have a clear strategy in terms of checking, okay, which key stakeholders are involved, being it inside of AIESEC, being it external of AIESEC. And thirdly, it's also very important to communicate also regularly the progress, so that also the people who are either leading the change or the people who participate in the change are also aware what the current state there is.
Yes, Christoph, LCP Current Hannover, thank you very much for applying. Looking at the current state in finance and membership, and that we're essentially behind an ideal state everywhere, should you be MCP, what would you prioritize to make sure this is in a more ideal state first, should you want to prioritize something?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I believe for sure one of the main priorities should be checking how AIESEC is currently perceived also in the external world, and also how do the things which you currently offer are also speaking, being it to Gen Z, being it to students in general, being it to our companies. And I think this is already a first step to gain also more internal clarity. I think when it comes to what, I don't necessarily think that you can prioritize one specific function, because each function for sure also has its place, but for sure specific strategic elements need to be more pursued and also need to be used more, for example, using our external stakeholders, such a board of advisors. Yeah.
Mustafa, LCP Elect Braunschweig. It's something that you mentioned in your vision, but not in the strategy. How to tackle the right-wing mentality in the market and make German youth believe AIESEC is relatable to them.
And did you say right mentality?
The right-wing mentality.
Right-wing mentality. Yes, I think something which you need to be aware that I think especially right-wing parties are very well capable of using specific communication channels, being it, for example, social media, or being it news as an example. So they have a clarity what kind of message they need to give to get, how to say, be receptive from people who could be more open to it, let's say more open to it. But I also believe that in the end, if there is no, let's call it, no counter argument against it, then this is also kind of the only option. And most likely people are also depending more on this, on these right-wing parties, because usually they solve more easier solution to very complex issues which can't be very explained easily. So it's also about more, okay, how do we want to be perceived by the external world, but also clearly understanding how they use the communication externally to also reach the results which they're currently getting.
Yeah. Liana LCP Lüneburg, thank you for your presentation. And my question will be, you mentioned about, so you mentioned lowering LCCF for LCs based on their approval numbers. My question will be, how do you want to do this specifically, and why do you think it's important to be done?
Yes, first of all, why it's important. I think currently we have a wide gap between LCs who do the majority of exchange in our local committees and the one which you, for example, do 0 or 1. And how the LCCF basically functions, you have these 2,500 euros, which each LC needs to pay in the beginning, but then also you basically give a specific percentage based on the amount of exchanges that you do. I believe, for me, the question, if it's sustainability, if an LC, for example, gets 1 or 2 exchanges and is factually not able to cover the first 2,500, which basically means we have these 2,500 internally, but they don't really exist like liquidity-wise. They are more something on paper. So that's why I believe we should also check how we kind of ensure how we need to adapt the base fee in terms of how it's in relation to what the ratio is, which LCs also need to give away when they do an exchange. What I could imagine, for example, is lowering the base rate, but then increasing the, let's call it the percentage about what an LC needs to generate. As an example, the first 3 exchanges, it's fully covered in order to ensure that the LC, let's say, doesn't end up a minus with the base rate, but they actually can also do it.
Chris, LCP Paderborn, thank you for applying. You spoke about the culture of innovation of AIESEC in Germany. So, in your opinion, why do you think that innovative ideas are missing currently, and what could we do to address this?
I think, first of all, what I also really like about this exercise is, if you newly join AIESEC, you also need to figure out yourself in the AIESEC world. And if you in the beginning especially are exposed to more, okay, what you can't do or what you should not do, then this already signals to you, okay, if I do something, then there are rules, they are against it. So the next time I might do it, it isn't even worth it because probably there's a rule. So I believe one of the key causes for this is for sure to recheck what structures and rules we have in place, which kind of also prevent this innovative mindset, but at the same time also making sure that throughout our coaching or throughout our conversation, being this in the LCs or with LCPs or VPs, that we really foster like a coaching mindset in terms of that people can also think for themselves and they can also reach their own conclusion. And they can go, okay, do I do innovation now for a specific purpose, or do I do innovation for the sake of innovation? Because in the end, innovation should also have a goal, which should be also aligned with the organizational goals.
LCP elect Stuttgart. So my question is, do you have any specific plans to improve the engagement in the low performing LCs?
I believe one of the key things which the current MC also has started doing is for sure to be more present in local committees, not only to, let's say, support them in their maneuvers, but also kind of to also set the bar, hey, what is possible? Because I mean, the exercise we also did is for me a clear example of a lot of times we don't know what we don't know. And a lot of times we need kind of a person who's there, more role model, a person who can show, okay, this is what is going to happen. Secondly, what I believe we should for sure also foster way more a coaching approach in order to make also the EBs way more independent and autonomous, because nevertheless, what great strategy I have as an MCP, in the end, we also need to be aware that also the EBs have the most contact with the members. And I can make the best speech here, but in the end, I will not have the access like an LCP or an EB has to their members. So in the end, it's also about how we also make conversation in our touch point that we have with the NSP or with the MC around, okay, how are you actually talking with your members? Or are they aware of what they need to strive for? Or what do they want to do to make it happen? how is it connected to what they want to develop? How is it connected to why they join AIESEC? And also starting to having this conversation, because in the end, it feels great to succeed, you know? And I think a lot of people don't experience this in AIESEC these days.
Okay, people, amazing. We finished the morning part of our MCP election. Good job. So now we are going to start our lunch break. Bear in mind, please, that lunch is for, let me look at the agenda to make sure I'm giving you the correct information. So right now it's 1:15. Lunch lasts until 2 p.m. Okay, so there's 45 minutes for lunch. Afterwards, we have a break. And then 15 minutes later, so it's 2:15, 1 hour from now, you have the recap of the application booklets before going into the cluster rounds. And now I will call Kezban so she can explain the logistics of the next parts.
Can you put this? I can. Yes, good. So I need a clicker.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I will explain you what I will explain. It's about the cluster rounds. So as you see right now, we will start the lunch and you will have lunch until 2. And then you have the 15-minute rest time. You can rest. Then at 2:14, you will be in your cluster round room. So not 2:15, 2:14. Okay? Clear? Yes, amazing. Yes, then we will go to cluster round rooms, and what will happen there? Our candidates will visit us one by one. You also have the agenda, you know when they will visit you, so that's all good. But when you also look at the agenda, we want you to go to your cluster round room at 2:14. Why? Because you can also use this time to recap the application booklets. So maybe you already put your questions, maybe some of you didn't put your questions. So it is important that you really go through them one more time and also assign your role as the cluster responsibles. Who are the cluster responsibles here? Can you raise your hand? Okay, so great. You see these people. So for the Northern Lights, Luke is responsible Sunrise, Aryan responsible Dragons, Vicky responsible Fruit Ninja Bavaria. Leah will be there because there is no LCP current at the moment here. That's why Leah will be there as the election committee. So why I show these people? Because you should make sure that there is clear responsibilities assigned before starting the cluster round. What does this mean? There is clear time responsible, there is clear protocol keeping, and one person you should choose. This person should ask the questions to the candidates. Only one person we should choose, and this person should ask questions to the candidates. Exactly. And then in overall expectations, again, reminder, smile, respect the candidate, still continue, and really be hyped to welcome them to your room. For example, last year, some clusters play a song, you know, and it was really interesting. Some of them give chocolate. It was also interesting. So, so you can create your way to appreciate them. That's, I think, really cool. And act with a positive intent. That's also really cool when they are answering, or no, this is about asking the questions. Make sure that you ask the questions with the positive intent. So by putting the organization first and be on time. Yes, we are Germany, we are on time, we are functional, and take a decision that you think, not your personal preferences, so on, but in general, when you think about what vision we need, what kind of MCP entity need, so you think beyond your LC for the whole organization, for the whole entity. And be here, be there, listen, pay attention, value the candidates. That's good? Amazing. And last things, as you see, you will be in the cluster round room at 2:14. Exactly. 2:14 and until 5:30. I mean, between there is a break. Between there is a break, but afterwards you again in your class round. So which means dragons, for example, Vicky, you will make sure that your people not leaving until this time from the room. So they can go to bathroom, that's okay. Yes, don't leave from classroom until the last classroom round is done. Number 1. Number 2, use the time in the rooms to read the interview report. It's a board report. This is, don't read the board report. You can read the you can read the application booklet, okay? And interview output and check the what question you still have. You can also reflect about what you receive in the strategy speech just now, and be clear on the time to the candidates. Have the answer questions and show a timer. Really important topic. So what I'm trying to say, sometimes we are not enough clear. We say you have 90 seconds. Your time is up because 30 seconds was actually thinking time. Sorry, but you didn't tell this to me, you know? How can I know? What I'm trying to say, if you have certain rules, we didn't specify this for the per cluster. You are responsible to define this. First responsibility is the cluster responsible, that you should make sure your cluster clear. What is the time limitation? And how much time we have for the per cluster rounds? 25, exactly. 5-minute break between each one of them. All clear? And according to this, you can divide it. Make sure that you also really divide the time in a way that it will be enough to ask the general question, but also specific questions. Clear? Amazing. Lastly, our beautiful rooms. You can take the picture. No rooms?
That's the wrong room.
That's wrong room. Exactly. Just important thing, don't leave the room during the time of the class rounds. All clear?
Can I make one addition?
Yeah.
Just one more addition. I really want to emphasize the point that at the end of this day, you will have to take a decision. So do prioritize and ask the questions that help you to take that decision. Plus, use the time that you have break. The candidates only visit you twice. They have to run they visit you once, sorry. But you know what I mean, that each candidate is there once. Make sure you get a whole picture of the applicant, okay? Because they prepared their applications with so much time and effort, and if you don't value it by looking at it, that's a shame. So please really make sure that you don't just like sit there and chill, but no, really focus your mind on taking the decision and value the input that they also gave before, so that you can get a whole picture of who's the better applicant, the better leader for AIESEC in Germany.
Really good. Listen, our legislation chair. Yes, with that being said, we are going to lunch break until 2:14. Yes.
What about ballots?
Bring them back to me, baby. Thank you.
Yeah. And pens?
Yes.
You can keep. No, yours.
No, you can give. You
Okay,
should
give
give
back
back.
the pens also, please. Thank you.
Pen put here.